Chapter 3995. A bunch of trash. What's the difference if we attack together? Taiyu said disdainfully. A piece of trash. Is it worth it for us to attack together? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Senior sisters, get a small bench and sit there to watch the show. I've killed more than one trash like Taiyu. Although he's stronger than Zhang Ruofeng, he's not much stronger. Don't worry. Good boy. You really dare to talk. Then come. Let me see what makes you so arrogant. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and the Blood Supreme sword suddenly came out of its sheath. The terrifying murderous aura actually dyed the entire sky red. At that moment, Taiyu actually subconsciously took a few steps back. The black sword ghost snake in his hand was trembling. It was also a precious heavenly king weapon. But he had completely lost to Ling Xiao in terms of momentum. You're so powerful. Why are you retreating? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Peak sword essence was constantly released. It formed a space condensed by sword essence, enveloping the opponent inside. What kind of monster are you? Beast soul warrior? But you also have a sword martial spirit? Taiyu became more and more afraid. Ling Xiao's performance was too unexpected. It doesn't matter what I am. As long as I can defeat you, that's enough. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Arrogant. How strong can your sword soul be? My saber martial spirit is at the innate level. My saber essence has reached the great achievement. What do you have to compete with me? In order to regain his confidence, Taiyu roared angrily. Ling Xiao found it funny. Innate saber martial spirit at the innate level? His demon god sword soul had reached the innate level 40. Great achievement saber essence? His sword essence had reached the peak level. Besides cultivation, Taiyu was not stronger than Ling Xiao in any other aspect. He really didn't know where this idiot got the confidence to clamor. You'd better not disappoint me too much. I hope to be a strong opponent. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His figure suddenly flashed and turned into a blood-red lightning bolt. He attacked Taiyu. The sonic boom produced at that moment shattered the stones on the ground. Blood-red lightning. A blood-red longsword. Ling Xiao was like a bloody devil. He did not wait for Taiyu to deal with him. Instead, he made the first move. Taiyu's expression didn't look good. According to his original plan, Ling Xiao should be kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy when he arrived here. Unlike now, who actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. You want to play the same old trick again? I let you have your way just now, but this time, you definitely won't succeed. Taiyu appeared very calm. He had always thought that the reason why Ling Xiao was able to injure him before was purely because he was careless. Ling Xiao's strength was not that strong. That was why he was so calm at this moment. Taiyu sneered. The black sword ghost snake in his hand trembled. On the black sword, True Yuan surged, producing a black sword chi. The sword chi condensed and turned into a huge black snake. All the plants that came into contact with the black gas instantly withered. A terrifying and gloomy energy brewed in the black sword ghost snake. Ghost snake swallows hell. What a domineering sword skill. It even wanted to swallow the Nether King. Following Taiyu's roar, a sword light turned into a huge black snake and pounced at Ling Xiao. All the plants on the ground were swept up and turned into dry firewood. The huge snake's mouth was already open as if to swallow Ling Xiao in one bite. Then it was digested and corroded. A sword skill that could even swallow the Nether King. How could Ling Xiao block it? At least, that was what everyone thought except for Ling Xiao. They did not think that Ling Xiao would be able to block this terrifying attack. The power of this attack had already fully displayed the essence of a peak 6th order emperor-level martial skill. It was even more terrifying than the moves that Di Hongxiu and Zhang Ruofeng used. However, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. He gently raised the blood-red longsword in his hand. Then he gently waved his hand. The violent ghost snake was so easily destroyed by the blood-red longsword. Ling Xiao did not even use any martial skill. It was so easy and relaxed. What a joke. His physical body had reached the peak 7th order emperor level of defensive martial skill. His opponent's attack was only a peak 6th order emperor level martial skill. Even if he had an advantage in cultivation, he could not make up for the huge gap. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked toward Taiyu. He walked slowly like that. However, Every step he took made Taiyu's heart tremble. Ling Xiao was simply unfathomable. Waves of fear rose in his heart. Kill, kill, kill. Taiyu crazily tried to hide his fear with attacks. Crazy sword light flew out one after another. However, Ling Xiao used the same method to defeat every sword light. Every time he defeated it, he would take a step forward. Taiyu's attack not only did not hurt Ling Xiao, but also could not stop Ling Xiao from moving forward. What was going on? Not only Taiyu himself, even that Hua Feihua was dumbfounded. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, facing Taiyu, he should not have such a huge advantage. This was simply not scientific. Could it be that you've never known that your attacks are really weak? Ling Xiao looked at Taiyu mockingly as he walked and said, I don't even have to dodge. You can't hurt me no matter what. What a joke. What a tragedy. Taiyu was already more and more terrified at this time. He even doubted whether he had made the right decision to come here. He thought of his friend Zhang Ruofeng's death and was even more terrified in his heart. I don't want to die. Nether Dragon Slash. Taiyu used his most powerful attack. This was the 7th Order Emperor level martial skill that he had always been unwilling to use. Nether Dragon Slash. When the ghost snake turned into a ghost dragon, the attack power could skyrocket. The terrifying black divine dragon pounced toward Ling Xiao with bared fangs and brandished claws. I'll see if you can still block it. Taiyu already lost the ability to think at this time. The only thing he could do was to explode with his most powerful attack. See if he could kill Ling Xiao or not. If he could not, he also did not know what to do. Perhaps coming today was simply a huge mistake. What was the most terrifying opponent? It was the kind that clearly looked very weak and was clearly in front of your eyes, but you could not defeat it. No matter how powerful your attack was, the other person could just casually break it. That kind of feeling was simply crazy. You're afraid? You're afraid? Haha, I never knew that a person who often kills others would actually be afraid. Ling Xiao looked at Taiyu, mocking and laughing. He still walked forward. Every step forward was like using a huge iron hammer to ruthlessly smash on Taiyu's chest. Is it very painful? Very terrified? All right, I'm a merciful person. I won't torture you. It was another easy attack without using any martial skill. He did not even use a sword. He directly used his fist to destroy the so-called Nether Dragon. Ghost Dragon? Chapter 3996. In the next moment, Ling Xiao arrived in front of Taiyu. Taiyu was startled. The black sword ghost snake in his hand pierced towards Ling Xiao's body. But something unbelievable happened. The black sword ghost snake, a rare grade heavenly king weapon, couldn't pierce through Ling Xiao's body. It couldn't even leave a shallow wound on Ling Xiao's body. Hua Feihua didn't know how to express her shock anymore. Ling Xiao, this brat, was much more terrifying than she had imagined. Just the strength of his body alone had surpassed a rare grade heavenly king weapon. Could it be an immortal grade heavenly king weapon? She was still in shock. Ling Xiao's hand had broken Taiyu's black sword ghost snake. He then raised the blood-red sword and chopped off Taiyu's right arm. Do you think it's fun to break someone's arm? I'll let you have a taste of having your arm cut off. Bastard, stop it now. Hua Feihua finally realized that if she didn't do anything, Taiyu would die here. Just stay there. It's not your turn to die yet. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Martial Soul Barrier. The barrier was activated, and Hua Feihua crashed into it. With her strength, it would take her at least half an hour to break the barrier from the outside. After such a long time, Taiyu would have died long ago. The scene had shocked everyone. Ling Xiao was too strong. Taiyu was ranked 10th among the law enforcement guards. But he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Ling Xiao, and he couldn't even break through Ling Xiao's defense. Of course, the scariest thing was that Ling Xiao was able to ignore Hua Feihua's anger. What had happened to this world? The arrogant and despotic Taiyu, who was feared by everyone below the 7th Divine Core Realm, was being toyed with. He couldn't even fight back in front of Ling Xiao. This battle was really strange. Although everyone thought it would be a one-sided battle, they thought it would be a one-sided battle. It was just that the two sides in his imagination had been swapped. It was not that Ling Xiao was powerless in front of Taiyu. It was Taiyu who could only take a beating in front of Ling Xiao. The battle started quickly and ended quickly as well. Ling Xiao only relied on his physical body and the sword in his hand. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even use a single sword technique to defeat his opponent. Crack! Another sword strike came down. Taiyu's other arm was also crippled. At this time, Ling Xiao put away his sword and grabbed Taiyu's head. It was as if he was carrying a dead dog. The people of Jiangnan Palace looked at Ling Xiao as if they were worshipping a god. However, there was also a hint of worry in his heart. It was just as they had thought. If Ling Xiao lost, he would be dead. But if he won, it would be very troublesome. Severely injuring a disciple of the punishment hall was a great crime. There was probably no way to clean up this mess. He really didn't know what would happen next. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I support Junior Brother. Things have developed to this point, and it's not something we can control. It's all those people's fault. They thought that our Jiangnan Palace was easy to bully, so they kept looking for trouble. They deserve to die. Bai Lian smiled bitterly. Now, she could only smash a broken jar. However, she really admired Ling Xiao. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao didn't let any of them help. This was not looking down on them, but protecting them. Even if they were investigated in the future, they wouldn't do anything. But she really didn't need such protection. Everything Ling Xiao did was for the Jiangnan Palace. She couldn't bear to let Ling Xiao bear the evil reputation alone. In fact, she really thought too much. What evil reputation? Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He had long understood the true meaning of this world, which was that strength was respected. As long as you were strong enough, no rules could bind you. Only when you were strong enough could you make this world develop the way you wanted. Killing an evil person could save 100 good people. Killing was not evil. Killing the innocent was evil. Taiyu, didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you doing it now? Ling Xiao looked at Taiyu and said with a mocking smile on his face. This was the Taiyu who made all the warriors below the 7th divine core realm tremble in fear. But now, he was being teased and mocked by Ling Xiao. There was nothing Taiyu could do. Both of his eyes were filled with fear. On his face, there was only regret. Why did he stand out? Why did he have to look for Ling Xiao? He regretted it. He regretted it so much. Evil creature, do you know what you're doing now? If you continue, you'll fall into eternal damnation, and no one will be able to save you. In the Fighting Soul Sacred City, you'll be despised by everyone. Hua Feihua shouted out from within the martial soul barrier. She was really worried that Taiyu would be killed. If Taiyu was really killed, she would lose even more face, and she would also offend the law enforcement palace. It wasn't worth it. Despised by everyone? Ling Xiao smiled and said, What's so great about the Fighting Soul Sacred City? That Saint Lord of yours didn't even punish trash like Taiyu and Zhang Ruofeng. I don't think you're anything good either. Do you think I won't leave the Fighting Soul Sacred City and join another sacred city? I might even kill all of you. Because of what happened to Jian Chan and Chu Ling, he didn't have a good impression of Di Tuatyin. But, since he didn't want to kill anyone, he wanted to know more about this Di Tuatyin. Then, he would decide if he wanted to take revenge or not. But now, he didn't think it was necessary. A man who protected his disciple and allowed his disciple to commit murder, his character was definitely not good. He was a reincarnated warrior, and he had been to the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, and White Tiger Continent. Then, he came to the Black Tortoise Continent. What hadn't he seen before? He had seen a lot of people like this. As the saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. From the disciple, he could tell what kind of person the master was. Crazy. You're crazy. Do you think with your strength, you can fight against the Saint Lord? Not to mention the Holy Master. Even I can easily crush you to death. If you stop now, perhaps I will spare your life on account of your outstanding talent. Although Hua Feihua didn't like Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's strength and talent were becoming clearer and clearer to her. It would be a pity if such a person died. I've said it before. You're not worthy to be my master. Not only are you unworthy, but the Saint Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City is also unworthy. You said that I can't do anything to the Saint Lord. I believe you. But you said I can't do anything to you? You think too highly of yourself. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain. After I'm done with Taiyu, I'll deal with you. I hope you don't run away. You. Hua Feihua was so angry that her body trembled. A junior, a guy who had just joined the Fighting Soul Sacred City less than a day, dared to look down on her. Her eyes were filled with the most terrifying killing intent. I thought you had some talent and wanted to spare your life. But now, it seems that there's no need for that. You must die. If you don't die, how can I calm my anger? Scream all you want. I want to see how you're going to break my martial spirit barrier. Chapter 39-97. Although Hua Feihua was strong, she was no match for him. As long as he attacked with all his might, he could kill Hua Feihua. The reason why he did not attack was because he was unwilling to do so. He was afraid that he would be ambushed if he was injured. Of course, if Hua Feihua wanted to kill him, he would not avoid it. At most, he would kill this woman and run away. After all, he was invincible in the world with his survival skills. Ignoring Hua Feihua, Ling Xiao exerted force and smashed Taiyu's head. If he did not kill this person, he would definitely cause trouble for him again and again. He had seen a lot of people like this. In order to avoid trouble in the future, he had to kill this guy first. Seeing Taiyu being killed by Ling Xiao, Hua Feihua was so angry that she was like a female cat who was interrupted in the middle of her puberty. There was no need to mention how depressed his expression was. Ling Xiao removed the martial spirit barrier and threw away Taiyu's body. Then, he looked at Hua Feihua. All right, it's your turn now. If you want to kill me, just do it. Ling Xiao, how can you speak to the city governor like that? Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was Jiang Nan. Taiyu said that Jiang Nan was imprisoned in the disciplinary hall to reflect on his mistakes. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nan had actually appeared. Ling Xiao and the rest were happy, but Hua Feihua was shocked. Jiang Nan might not be as strong as Di Ying, but he was stronger than her. Hua Feihua hurriedly dodged to prevent herself from being attacked by Jiang Nan and Ling Xiao. Master, this disciple is only playing with City Lord Hua. Today, a good-for-nothing came to our Jiangnan palace. I killed him. Is it okay? Ling Xiao was talking about Taiyu. Jiang Nan looked coldly at Taiyu's body and said to Hua Feihua, City Governor Hua, since you brought him here, please take him back. Jiang Nan's expression was calm, as if he already knew what was going to happen today. Jiang Nan, what nonsense are you talking about? That was Taiyu, the disciplinary guard of the disciplinary hall. Your disciple killed him. Shouldn't he take responsibility? Could it be that even you escaped from the disciplinary hall? Hua Feihua was furious. Jiang Nan clearly wanted to protect Ling Xiao. City Lord Hua, you must be careful with your words. I was indeed locked up in the punishment hall before, but now that big sister Qinglian is coming back, do you think they would still dare to lock me up? Jiang Nan mocked. Elder Green Lotus. Hua Feihua was shocked. The Green Lotus swordswoman had unfathomable strength. She was probably even more terrifying than the Saint Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. His relationship with Jiang Nan was also very good. If she came to Fighting Spirit Sacred City, those fellows from the punishment hall who bullied the weak and feared the strong would not dare to offend her. Also, are you saying that Ling Xiao is guilty? Don't you think this is ridiculous? Whether it was Chen Hao, Zhang Ruofeng, or Taiyu, they were all the ones who made the first move. Could it be that you really think that I, Jiang Nan, am easy to bully and that my disciples can be bullied as they wish? 3 pieces of trash. So what if they were killed? What? The sacred leader didn't say anything, but you're quite proactive. Jiang Nan's words shocked Hua Feihua. Could it be that the sacred leader had swallowed his anger just because the Green Lotus swordswoman was coming back? He was not going to touch the Jiangnan palace for the time being? If that was the case, no one would come to help her if she continued to cause trouble here. Thinking of this, Hua Feihua snorted coldly and said, I will ask the sacred leader about this. Just you wait, people from the Jiangnan palace. With that, she left with Taiyu's body. She had been arrogant when she had arrived, but she left in a sorry state. After Hua Feihua left, Jiang Nan looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude. I have to say that if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to survive. If it weren't for you, the Jiangnan palace would have been destroyed. Thank you. Master, how can you say that? I, Ling Xiao, may have just joined the Jiangnan Palace, but I am still a member of the Jiangnan Palace. How can I not care when my senior sister is being bullied? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Good, big sister Qinglian did not misjudge you. You are worthy of being nurtured. Jiang Nan smiled and took out a stylized flower. This was given to me by those bastards from the disciplinary court. They said that Taiyu destroyed the stylized flower that you were looking for. That's great. With this stylized flower, I can refine the stylized flower restoration pill. Senior sister Jasmine will not have to suffer the pain of disfigurement anymore. Ling Xiao hurried back to the Jiangnan Palace to refine the pill. Jiang Nan did not disturb him. Instead, she went to the other disciples and sighed. It's all my fault for being useless and making you suffer. Master, you can't say that. We are too useless. If it was not for junior brother, I'm afraid none of us would be alive. Bai Lian sighed. She really felt wronged. You have all worked very hard. Actually, you are not considered weak among the 7 city lord palaces. Jiang Nan smiled. It's just a pity for Hinajiku. Her eyes have been blinded by hatred. She had turned into an ungrateful person who did not recognize her own family. Sigh, I must have been blind. Master, you should go and persuade little junior sister. She will definitely listen to you. Bai Lian said. She is just confused for a moment. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. Moreover, she is not wrong to choose the Holy Lord. It's just that she picked the wrong time. Jiang Nan shook her head. I, Jiang Nan, lost to Hinajiku but gained a better Ling Xiao. I did not lose out. It's done. Just as Jiang Nan was observing Jasmine and Rose's injuries, Ling Xiao's voice sounded, So fast? It hasn't even been 10 minutes. Jiang Nan was shocked. Ling Xiao did not need a furnace to refine pills. This in itself was abnormal enough. He actually needed less than 10 minutes to refine a stylized flower restoration pill. This was something that other alchemists would not be able to do. Don't doubt my level. Actually, what I am best at is not martial arts but alchemy. Ling Xiao smiled and stuffed the stylized flower restoration pill into Jasmine's mouth. Then he circulated his energy to help her refine it. Just a minute or two later, Jasmine's ruined face actually glowed. Not only did she regain her original appearance, but she also seemed to be much prettier. Some of the blemishes on her face were also removed. Little junior brother, Jasmine is very grateful for your kindness. If you need me in the future, even if I have to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, I will not refuse. Jasmine knelt on the ground and said while crying, There is no need to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. I might as well give myself to you. Rose laughed. Don't talk nonsense. Little junior brother is such an outstanding person. He must have someone he likes. How can I be shameless? Jasmine shook her head. She also wanted to marry Ling Xiao. The feelings in the martial arts world were very simple. There was no pure love. The feelings between people were intertwined with worship, gratitude, and so on. Ling Xiao was so outstanding. She naturally liked him. There was nothing to hide. Moreover, he saved her. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. Yu Fenghua's figure appeared in his mind. I wonder how that girl is doing now. Chapter 3998. Oh right, senior sisters, I can tell that all of you have pretty good potential, but you're lacking some good pills. A divine core warrior can use many pills to help him break through and cultivate. But the best one is the 9 Suns Spirit Refining Pill. How about this? You can find the ingredients for the 9 Suns Spirit Refining Pill yourselves, and I'll concoct it for you. I guarantee that after consuming it, your cultivation will at least increase by 1 level. Ling Xiao quickly changed the topic. Same for Master. You can't always be suppressed by that Diying. Since you've chosen me, I'll make you the strongest mayor. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. They had heard about the 9 Suns Spirit Refining Pill before, and they had collected the ingredients for it. The problem was, even though they had collected all the ingredients, there was no alchemist who could concoct it. Only the Saint Lord was qualified to visit the Golden City and ask the alchemists there to concoct this pill. We've collected 20 sets of ingredients over the years. As long as you can concoct 19 Sun's spirit refining pill, we'll give you all the ingredients. Jiangnan said, then give me all of them. One pill is not enough. I have a master and 9 senior sisters. At the very least, he would need to refine 10 pills. As for the rest of the ingredients, I'll treat it as your reward. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Jiangnan thought Ling Xiao was just joking. After all, the success rate of concocting this pill wasn't high. It would be a miracle if he could concoct 10 pills out of 100 sets of ingredients. Concocting 10 pills out of 20 sets of ingredients? That was just a fantasy. But she still hoped that Ling Xiao could concoct 1 or 2 pills. This was good for her. As long as she broke through, the Jiangnan Palace wouldn't be bullied so easily. Even if the Saint Lord wanted to deal with her, he would have to think twice. Therefore, she gave all the ingredients to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took the ingredients and was about to concoct the pill when Jiangnan said, "Don't rush, I have something to tell you." She didn't call herself master, mainly because she didn't think she was qualified enough. She was just taking care of Sword Maiden Azure Lotus disciple. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Together with Jiangnan, they walked into the mayor's mansion. Jiangnan looked at Ling Xiao and only said after a long time, "Your strength is even more formidable than I imagined. I'm even more surprised by your courage. It's a pity that I'm too weak to give you any pointers. But you can be at ease. So long as I, Jiangnan, still have a breath in me, I will absolutely not tolerate you being harmed." She was clearly expressing her stance in front of Ling Xiao. She wanted to be his staunchest supporter. No one disliked talented disciples. Jiangnan was no exception. Although she treated each of her disciples well, she also hoped that there would be someone outstanding among her disciples. Daisy used to be her hope. Unfortunately, Hinajiku betrayed her and chose the Holy Lord. However, she was not sad because Ling Xiao was still her disciple, at least on the surface. Be it talent or strength, Ling Xiao was not inferior to Hinajiku, perhaps even stronger. "I know that you have a lot of secrets, but I'm not interested to know. I asked you to come here today just to give you a suggestion. Let's go to War Spirit Valley. In the War Spirit Valley, even if the Holy Lord finds trouble with you, he can't do it himself. Of course, if you meet the Holy Lord's disciple or the Law Enforcement Hall's martial artists, then you can only count yourself unlucky. But I believe that you won't be afraid of them, right?" Jiangnan thought for a long time. Although the Holy Lord would not do anything to Ling Xiao on the surface because of Azure Lotus Swordswoman, but secretly, who knows? In the War Spirit Valley, even if the Holy Lord entered, he would not be able to use his powerful divine sense. So it would be very difficult to find Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would naturally be safer. Of course not. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "To be honest, Master, you might not believe it, but in the entire War Spirit Sacred City, I'm only afraid of your Holy Lord. As for the others, I don't really care." "Good. In that case, you should go to the War Spirit Valley. Not only will you be safe there, but there might also be good opportunities." Jiangnan smiled and said, "I'm going. Are you guys okay?" Ling Xiao was a little worried. "If it's something that even I can't solve, it's useless for you to stay." Jiangnan smiled and said, "That's true. It won't be too late for me to go to the War Spirit Valley after I've refined the 9 Sun soul refining pill." Ling Xiao thought and said, the stronger he was, the more he could protect himself. It would not be easy for others to harm him. Even if he wanted to protect Jiangnan Palace, it would be easier than now. "It won't take too long, right?" Jiangnan frowned and said, "It won't. It'll only take a day at most." Ling Xiao smiled confidently and then turned to leave. Jiangnan silently guarded Ling Xiao and also told Bai Lian and the others not to disturb Ling Xiao. Time passed slowly. The news of Tai Yu's death quickly spread throughout the entire War Spirit Sacred City. In an instant, Ling Xiao's name spread far and wide. Even the small figures in the corners of War Spirit Sacred City heard this person's name. Kill Chen Hao. Kill Zhang Ruofeng. Kill Tai Yu. Each of these 3 men was stronger than the previous one, but Ling Xiao had easily killed all of them. Especially Zhang Ruofeng and Tai Yu. They were both perfect 6th Heavenly Core warriors. One was a disciple of the Holy Lord, and the other was a law guard from the Law Enforcement Palace. But they were both killed by Ling Xiao. Many people were unhappy. How dare a newcomer act so presumptuously? But when they thought about Ling Xiao's strength, they shut their mouths. Of course, there were also many people who were cheering in their hearts. No matter if it was Zhang Ruofeng or Taiyu, neither of them were good people. Of course, there were many people who hated them. Ling Xiao could be considered to have avenged them and resolved their hatred. They couldn't be more grateful, so why would they hate Ling Xiao? The Jiangnan Palace, which was in a weak position, had suddenly become the center of attention in War Spirit's sacred city. Although the other disciples of the Jiangnan Palace weren't that great, there was even an outstanding girl who was taken away by the Holy Lord. But now, with the addition of Ling Xiao, everything had changed. Many people estimated Ling Xiao's strength, and they thought he was at least a perfect sixth heavenly core warrior. He was one of the top 10 young disciples in War Spirit's sacred city. What confused these people the most was that the Holy Lord and the Law Enforcement Palace didn't mention a word about Ling Xiao's murder. They didn't even make any judgments. It was as if the murder had never happened. If the Sacred Lord makes a move, you might be suspected of bullying the weak. I suspect they are waiting for those few men. Many people were discussing in private. No matter if it was the Holy Lord or the Law Enforcement Palace, they both had some outstanding young disciples. But right now, some of them were cultivating in the Valley of Fighting Soul, and some were out on missions. If they were here, Ling Xiao wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Ling Xiao didn't care about these things. He had said it before. In the entire War Spirit sacred city, the only person he was afraid of was the Holy Lord. No matter how many people came, he would be able to kill them all. Right now, he was concentrating on concocting pills. Chapter 3999. Ling Xiao felt that he needed to recover his former cultivation as soon as possible. In this way, his combat strength would skyrocket. Even if he wanted to avenge Jianchen and Chuling, it wouldn't be a problem. 6 hours later, Ling Xiao walked out of the room. Looking at his tired expression, Jiang Nin said with concern, "It doesn't matter if you didn't succeed. Anyway, you were just trying your luck. Go and rest first. When you're done, go to the War Spirit Valley. I'm worried that someone is already working in the dark and preparing to make a move on you." "Who said I didn't succeed?" Ling Xiao grinned and took out 10 spirit refining pills that shone with a golden light and emitted a mesmerizing fragrance. The spirit refining pills were placed in a jade box and were very beautiful. 10 pills. Oh my god, it's really 10 pills. How did you refine it? Jiang Nin exclaimed. Bailian and the others also gathered around. Seeing the pills, they were all dumbfounded. In fact, they didn't have much hope. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually succeed? Don't just stand there. Take the pills, one each. I wish you all a breakthrough in cultivation. Increase the strength of Jiangnan Palace, then I can go to the War Spirit Valley to cultivate in peace. Ling Xiao smiled. We can't take all of them. How about this? You leave 5, and we'll take 5. That's it. Jiang Nan carefully put 5 of the pills into a bottle and said, "Come on, Master. I don't need these things." Ling Xiao shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't need them, but he already had them. 20 sets of materials, he had refined 20 spirit refining pills. He still had 10 left. Although there was no limit to the number of pills, the first one had the best effect. The second one would probably only have half the effect. The third one would have even less effect. After that, it would be almost useless. It was useless for him to have so many. In the future, he would still give them away. He gave all 5 spirit refining pills to Jiang Nan. Ling Xiao directly left Jiangnan Palace. Master, I'm going to the War Spirit Valley. This child. The more Jiang Nan looked at Ling Xiao, the more she liked him. Not only was his talent outstanding, but his character was also very outstanding. This kind of character was really praiseworthy. Come, one for each of you. After eating, cultivate properly. You can't disappoint junior brother's high hopes for you. After Jiang Nan distributed the spirit refining pills, he went into closed-door cultivation. Now that the Jiangnan Palace's array had been strengthened and reinforced by Ling Xiao, unless the Holy Master personally came, the array would not be able to penetrate it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for others to break through. Even a sacred master wouldn't be able to break it in a short period of time. Of course, she could enter seclusion in peace. Bai Lian and the others also returned to their respective practice rooms to cultivate. After the incident with Zhang Ruofeng and Taiyu, they all realized the gap in their strength. He wanted to desperately improve himself so that he could help Ling Xiao. He was going to help his master. In fact, Ling Xiao had the same idea. He knew that his current strength was not enough. He had to improve as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would always have a shadow in his heart towards the Holy Lord. Also, only by standing out among the 3,000 sacred cities would he be able to step into the mysterious city of gold. Only when he arrived at the city of gold would he be able to stand on equal footing with the disciples of the Eternal Palace. Only then would he be able to officially marry Yu Fenghua. This was something he had to do. Of course, the spirit-refining pills alone wouldn't be enough. Therefore, he had to go to the Valley of Fighting Souls and explore its secrets. At the same time, he had to constantly improve his cultivation. Along the way, Ling Xiao met many people. Some of them worshipped him. Some of them hated him. But, no matter who it was, none of them dared to offend him. Even a Saint General was no match for Ling Xiao. Offending Ling Xiao was the same as offending a Saint General. The Holy Master used to have 7 city lords as his disciples. He also had 6 peak 6th Heavenly Core Saint General disciples. Zhang Long went to another place to carry out a mission. Zhang Ruofeng was killed, and the remaining 4 are cultivating in the Valley of Fighting Souls. Those 4 are the ones who have the highest chance of breaking through to the next realm. Now that 10 years have passed, I wonder how they will feel when they come back and see their junior brothers killed by someone. Let alone the Holy Master's disciples, even the Law and Order guards won't let Ling Xiao go. Even the Law and Order guards are cultivating in the Valley of Fighting Souls. This is the calm before the storm. I think sooner or later, there will be a big reshuffle in Fighting Souls Sacred City. If Ling Xiao wins, Jiangnan Palace's status will definitely rise. If Ling Xiao loses, he won't be able to escape death, and the Jiangnan Palace will most likely be abolished. Discussions like this could be heard everywhere. Many of them didn't have any opinions. They just wanted to watch a show. Are they all lining up to die? When Ling Xiao heard these discussions, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Instead, he just sneered. He wasn't even afraid of a city lord. So why would he be afraid of a few Saint General disciples? Even if they broke through to the next realm, they would at most be a city lord. Why would he be afraid? He didn't want to kill people for no reason. But if someone really wanted to die, he wouldn't show any mercy. The #1 position in Fighting Souls Sacred City would belong to him. No one could fight with him for it. Otherwise, his sword wouldn't have any eyes. As a man who had once killed a peak 8th Divine Core warrior, Shui Whitelang, Ling Xiao had the heart of a mighty warrior. He was extremely strong. He wasn't someone who could be easily frightened by his opponents. This time, no one dared to stop him from entering the Valley of Fighting Souls. All of them obediently registered for him. The Valley of Fighting Souls was still the same as before. It gave people a gloomy feeling. It was as if they were shrouded in darkness all day long. He killed those monsters in the first stage with a wave of his hand. It wasn't challenging at all. They were too weak. He directly stepped into the second stage. Then, the third stage, the fourth stage, the fifth stage, and the sixth stage. When he reached the seventh stage, he finally stopped. He found a place to rest, then he ate a recovery pill. The deeper he went, the stronger the oppressive aura became. It made people feel like there was something terrifying in the depths of the Valley of Fighting Souls. However, this pressure made Ling Xiao extremely happy, because he realized that under this tremendous pressure, his hidden energy was being stimulated. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 80%. He wasn't far away from breaking through. Along the way, he met a few disciples from Fighting Souls Sacred City, but they were all unfamiliar faces. They didn't greet him, they just left in a hurry. Normally, when people came here to cultivate, they didn't want to cause any trouble. Therefore, when they met an opponent, they would try their best to avoid them. But some people were different. Ling Xiao had a feeling that since he stepped into the Valley of Fighting Souls, someone was following him. At first, he didn't think much of it. He thought maybe they were all here to cultivate, and it was just a coincidence that they all came here together. But when he arrived at the seventh stage, the strange feeling was still there. He had no choice but to take it seriously. "Come out, I don't care who you are." Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out. In the quiet 7th stage, all the monsters had been killed. As long as the person who killed the monsters didn't leave, the monsters wouldn't respawn. Chapter 4000. The sky suddenly started raining. The rain was not heavy. It pattered down like a silver thread. It smashed on the leaves, making rustling sounds. On a tree, a person's brows furrowed slightly. He thought that his concealment skills were very powerful. Following all the way here, he was not discovered by Ling Xiao. But he did not expect that the direction Ling Xiao was looking in was precisely him. Those eyes flickered with a strange light. It actually made him somewhat flustered in his heart. He jumped down the tree and walked towards Ling Xiao. His clothes actually did not conceal his identity at all. Disciplinary guard. Ling Xiao frowned. He originally thought that hiding in the Warsoul Valley was a safe thing to do. But he did not expect that the disciplinary guard actually followed indirectly. Although divine sense could not be used here, as long as he kept following, he still would not lose track. Unless Ling Xiao himself chose to escape. But would Ling Xiao escape? Since he dared to call the other party out, he had the confidence to win. Following in, they would all die here. Ling Xiao, why I came here, you should be very clear. Although the Holy Lord forgave you, our disciplinary hall won't. What the disciplinary hall defends is the laws of the Warsoul sacred city. You must return to the disciplinary hall with me and accept punishment. That person looked at Ling Xiao with a cold and arrogant face. This made Ling Xiao reveal a mocking smile. Pretending for what? Still want to accept punishment? Want me to die? Just say it directly, gutless grandson. You shouldn't have come alone, right? Let those turtle bastards all come out. That person frowned. Only then did he wave his hand. In the bushes, one figure after another scurried out. In an instant, they already surrounded Ling Xiao. They either stood up from the bushes or stood on trees, their gazes all icy cold. Each person was wearing the disciplinary hall's clothes. All of them were the disciplinary hall's death warriors. Death warriors were different from the disciplinary guards. Their strength was not very strong, but each and every one of them was formed by the criminals of the Warsoul sacred city. As long as they could complete certain missions in the disciplinary hall, they could offset their sins and regain their freedom. Therefore, these people would be even more difficult to deal with than the disciplinary guards. Although the penal law men of sacrifice were not strong, they were not weak either. Ling Xiao casually glanced at them. Most of them were between the 4th and 5th divine core realm. Furthermore, his killing intent was very heavy. He was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same cultivation. What a grand display. It seems that your disciplinary hall also knows that I, Ling Xiao, am a pushover. In the face of such a powerful enemy, Ling Xiao still maintained his smile. It was impossible for him to die. As long as he didn't want to die, no one could kill him. Ling Xiao, don't even think about escaping. We've already sealed off the 7th stage. No one could enter, and no one could leave. Unless you're dead. The leader said coldly. Or are you dead? Ling Xiao smiled. Yes, but that's impossible. That leader said contemptuously. You think that you can really run amok without any scruples after killing Taiyu? You still have a long way to go. Ling Xiao smiled. It had been a long time since he was besieged. Perhaps today would be a battle to his heart's content. He liked it. Just as he was about to strike, a white figure suddenly dashed out from the forest. She was wearing a white dress, and she had a pretty face. However, her eyes were filled with cold hatred. Ling Xiao recognized this person. She was his junior disciple's sister, Hinajiku from the Jiangnan Palace. Her appearance had changed the situation a little. Ling Xiao was curious as to why she was here. So, he asked, are you here to kill me as well? Hinajiku shook her head. I only kill my enemies. The leader of the disciplinary hall looked at Hinajiku with a frown on his face. Obviously, her appearance had surprised him. Hinajiku, we're the disciplinary hall. Don't tell me you're trying to interfere. Don't forget, you're the Saint Lord's disciple. Ling Xiao killed the Saint Lord's disciple. That's why he must die. The leader of the disciplinary hall said, Sure, Ganglai, I've told you. I only kill my enemies. The heavens have eyes, and I've finally found you. If I'm not mistaken, the one who killed my parents was you, right? And those death warriors were the culprits who destroyed my family. Why? Hinajika's eyes were red as she roared angrily. You're mistaken. Ganglai said lightly. Mistaken? Do you dare to roll up your sleeves? Isn't there a scorpion tattoo there? Although Hinajiku was young at that time, she remembered it clearly. That night, her parents were killed, and her family was destroyed. Only she was lucky enough to be saved by the Jiangnan Palace's governor. She was nurtured into a talent. No need. I did kill your family. Ganglai no longer denied it. Tai Yu and Zhang Ruofeng were also there. The reason is actually very simple. Zhang Ruofeng took a fancy to your mother, but who knew that woman didn't know what's good for her? We'll just wipe out your entire family. It's just a small matter, no big deal. Today, I'm telling you this because it's time for you to die. Actually, Zhang Ruofeng has always been thinking about your mother. Seeing that you look more and more like her, he begged the Lord to accept you as a disciple, so that he could enjoy the moonlight first. Who would have thought that kid would be killed by Ling Xiao? You, this girl, can be considered to have escaped a calamity. But since you don't cherish it, then don't blame me for being impolite. What? Hearing this, Hinajiku felt the world spinning. Her whole person fell into endless regret. In order to obtain such a qualification, she had actually abandoned her own master and those senior sisters who loved her dearly. Still with her? Lead the judge? Huang Isuk Cha. The Lord won't care about this woman anyway. At this time, another voice sounded. Ling Xiao looked up and saw that there were actually two people. One of them was an acquaintance. Hua Feihua. Ling Xiao frowned. This woman really wanted to kill him. She actually chased him from outside to inside. Don't worry, I won't do anything today. Ganglai and Yong are enough. Together with those law of sacrifice, you won't have any hope of surviving. The young man next to Hua Feihua should be Yong. Very strong. Ling Xiao looked at Yong. He should be an early 7th Divine Core Warrior. And not just any ordinary 7th Divine Core Warrior. This Yong was much stronger than any ordinary early 7th Divine Core Warrior. He was obviously a body cultivator as well. Just by standing there, one could feel the strength of his physical body. You killed a law of sacrifice, you must die. Yong looked at Ling Xiao and said with a cold voice. He didn't talk much, and he was too lazy to bring Ling Xiao away. He just wanted to kill him right here and now. His words were filled with a strong confidence and domineering aura. Obviously, once he had decided on something, he wouldn't change his mind. Yong actually felt that the law of sacrifice was making a fuss over nothing. It was just a mere Ling Xiao. He alone was more than enough to deal with him. There was no need for him to send out such a powerful cultivator. This was a little too ridiculous. Chapter 4001. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Everyone's clothes were drenched. Speaking of which, it was strange. Normally, a divine core warrior shouldn't be drenched by the rain. But the rain had done just that. Obviously, the environment in the Valley of War Souls was completely different from the outside world. The natural laws here were much stronger. Nature was much scarier. Ling Xiao stood quietly in the rain, allowing the rain to wash his clothes. His eyes were glowing brighter and brighter. Hua Feihua, peak 7th Divine Core Warrior. Yong, Ganglai, early 7th Divine Core Warriors. Just these 3 men alone were enough to pose a huge threat to him. But he still didn't want to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. His body quickly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat beast soul. The rain could no longer soak his body. Just as it got close to the tough armor, it was knocked away. What? Seeing this scene, everyone's heart was shocked. Indeed, Ling Xiao had been hiding his true strength. This guy was too sneaky. Let me do it. Yong leapt into the air and landed 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. A terrifying blade energy shot out from his body and into the sky. The rain was split apart. It couldn't get any closer to him. In his hand, there was a long blade. It was shining with a silver light, and it was as thin as a cicada's wing. But no one dared to doubt the blade's power. With its sharpness, It could easily tear apart a warrior's body. If you don't die in 3 strikes from me, you'll be able to live, Shi Yong said with great confidence. It seemed like no one from the law enforcement palace doubted him. But Hua Feihua furrowed her brows. She had witnessed how terrifying Ling Xiao was. That's why she thought Shi Yong was being too careless. Shi Yong, there's no need to do that. Just kill him. That's how Tai Yu failed miserably. Hua Feihua shouted. City Master Hua, are you saying that I, Shi Yong, will lose to him? What a joke. Shi Yong didn't care about what Hua Feihua said. A cruel grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Since an idiot like you wants to die, I'll give you a hand. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Make your move. Ling Xiao, that's Shi Yong. You're definitely not his opponent. I'll help you. Daisy scurried over. Scram. I will not join forces with ungrateful bastards. Even if I die, I won't. Ling Xiao turned around and scolded Hinajiku. Daisy was stunned. He stared blankly at Ling Xiao. Yes, she was a person who had betrayed her own master. She had chosen to betray Jiangnan Palace when it was in danger. What qualifications did he have to join hands with the people of Jiangnan Palace? With a bitter smile, she retreated to the side. But she didn't leave. Her enemy was here. If she wanted revenge, she couldn't leave. Moreover, she was worried about Ling Xiao. Boom. Saber Chi exploded and Saber Intent was released. With Shi Yong as the center, the curtain of rain was completely forced back. The long saber in his hand that was as thin as a cicada's wing released an incomparably terrifying aura. Peak Saber Intent. Moreover, it was an innate 30% Saber Soul. Interesting. This was the first time Ling Xiao had met a young warrior whose martial intent was on par with his, and whose martial soul was also at the same level as his. Shi Yong was only 2 to 3 years older than him. To be able to reach such a level, he was indeed a genius. No wonder his strength was so frightening amongst his peers. When Daisy sensed the violent saber intent, her expression changed dramatically. This Shi Yong was truly worthy of being ranked in the top 3 amongst the disciplinary guards of the disciplinary hall. They were both at the early 7th Divine Core realm, but Shi Ganglai was far weaker than him. She looked at Ling Xiao, wanting to see how Ling Xiao was going to deal with this. But she noticed that Ling Xiao still had a calm smile on his face. A blood-red sword was also taken out. A similarly frightening sword intent exploded out. The power of the innate Fiend God sword was unleashed on the Blood Sovereign sword. Both men's auras clashed. The rainwater splashed in all directions, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get close to the 2 men. A strange scene had appeared on the battlefield. It was raining heavily, but it seemed like the rainwater had forgotten about the space where Ling Xiao and Shi Yong were standing. His sword intent is strong as well. I wonder if he can withstand 3 of Shi Yong's attacks? Daisy felt guilty towards the Jiangnan Palace. Since Ling Xiao was a disciple of the Jiangnan Palace, she naturally had to care about him. Even if she was despised by Ling Xiao, she didn't care anymore. After she got her revenge, she was going to accompany her parents in the afterlife. Shi Yong raised the saber in his hand. Ling Xiao raised the sword in his hand as well. The saber and sword caused the aura in the air to change. Looks like you won't disappoint me. My saber is a saber used to kill, and I never use it in a fight. Therefore, whenever I draw my saber, someone will be killed. It's either I kill you, or you kill me. But I've drawn my saber 72 times, and those who died were all my opponents. Shi Yong's confidence came from his past achievements. These achievements made him strong, made him proud. Then, I'm afraid today will be an exception. Ling Xiao chuckled, not taking Shi Yong's words seriously. Is that so? Shi Yong sneered and finally slashed out. Kill. His roar was as loud as thunder in the rain. A saber radiance almost completely split the entire curtain of rain. In the void, the saber light condensed into a huge saber shadow, as if it was condensed by rain. But everyone could feel the terrifying power contained in the saber light. At that moment, Ling Xiao also made his move. He still didn't use any martial skills. He just condensed his sword intent into the Blood Sovereign sword. He raised his sword and blocked the terrifying saber light. The sound of metal clashing exploded in the void. It was extremely ear-piercing. Many people couldn't help but cover their ears. Your saber is a treasured heavenly king weapon, but my sword isn't. I'm stronger than you. After a moment of stalemate, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. The moment he touched Shi Yong, he knew how much weight Shi Yong had. He was indeed very strong. He was much stronger than Taiyu. But so what? He had the body of a peak 7th Order Emperor. The Blood Sovereign sword was also much stronger than a treasured heavenly king weapon. How could a mere Shi Yong stop him? You said that if I can block 3 of your moves, you'll let me go. Now I'm telling you, if you can block one of my moves and not die, I'll let you go. Ling Xiao sneered. His expression was full of disdain and indifference. What an arrogant kid. How could he say such words? Is his brain flooded with water? Shi Ganglai sneered, thinking that Ling Xiao was a little crazy. Hinajika frowned, also thinking that Ling Xiao's words were a little unbelievable. Only Hua Feihua was nervous. Ling Xiao was like a madman when he dealt with Taiyu and Zhang Ruofeng. But in the end, it proved that he wasn't crazy. Everything he said and did proved that his words were correct. Shi Yong, don't underestimate your opponent, Hua Feihua shouted. She hoped that Shi Yong could treat this battle seriously. It's too late. Chapter 4002. When Ling Xiao unleashed his full strength, crack, the blade in Shi Yong's hand suddenly broke. Not good. Only now did he realize how important Hua Feihua's warning was. But too bad, it was too late for him to dodge. Ling Xiao's sword broke Shi Yong's blade, then it pierced through Shi Yong's dantian. He could feel his inner core being cut apart. His true yuan started leaking out. No. His body was extremely tough, but it was pierced through by Ling Xiao's sword. This proved how powerful the sword in Ling Xiao's hand was. Big brother. Shi Ganglai was dumbfounded. Seeing Shi Yong being killed by Ling Xiao, he was both angry and scared. This Ling Xiao was much more frightening than they had imagined. No wonder Hua Feihua, the mayor, had warned them not to underestimate their enemy. Early 7th Divine Core Realm? Do you really think I used all my strength when I fought with Taiyu? Ling Xiao pulled out the Blood Sovereign sword and kicked Shi Yong's corpse away. You guys are better at courting death than anyone else. After finishing his words, a cruel killing intent flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. In the next second, he moved. His figure was as fast as lightning. Not good. Be careful, everyone. The men from the disciplinary palace were still in shock after witnessing Shi Yong's death. They never expected Ling Xiao to take the initiative to attack them when he was surrounded by dozens of men. The entire place was thrown into chaos. Die. A cold word came out from Ling Xiao's mouth. The blood-red sword beam pierced through the air. With a single strike, 3 men were killed at the same time. They were pierced through by the sword like candied haws. Their dantians were all pierced through. What a crazy man. He just started killing. It's like he doesn't care about the men from the disciplinary palace at all. Hinajika stood there. She was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. The men from the disciplinary palace were following Ling Xiao because they wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but they never expected that they would be the ones being killed. In the blink of an eye, Shi Yong was killed. Another 3 men of sacrifice were killed. Ling Xiao would not wait for others to kill him. If you don't die, then I'll live. This was the truth of this world. The world of martial artists was not the world of mortals. Regardless of whether he had good intentions or not, others would not let him go. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be kind to those who wanted to kill him. Kill those who should be killed. Show no mercy. Kill again. Ling Xiao's sword had no intention of stopping. Kill 3 more. The people from the disciplinary hall had just come to their senses and were unable to come up with a countermeasure. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be so terrifying? Even Shi Yong could be killed. Even if they wanted to stop him, what could they do? In front of Ling Xiao, wasn't there still no chance? Sword light flashed, and a life fell. Ling Xiao was like a bolt of lightning, flashing through the crowd. Every time it flashed, someone would lose their life. Even if the god of death were to descend into the world, it would probably be nothing more than this. Damn it, stop right there. Shi Ganglai finally came to his senses and violently attacked Ling Xiao. He did not use a weapon, because he was better at punching and kicking. A fist smashed down, like a small mountain smashing down on Ling Xiao. Can you touch me? Ling Xiao did not want to meet Ganglai head-on, because even if he could repel Ganglai, his attack would be blocked. So he used the falling plum clear shadow step and easily avoided Ganglai's attack. The sword in his hand pierced into the body of a man of sacrifice. You try to kill me in exchange for your freedom. Then, I'm really sorry. I, Ling Xiao, do not have the mood to help others. Since you want to kill me, I will kill you all. Ganglai, your opponent is me. Hinajiku finally made her move. She wanted to kill her enemy. After so many years of cultivation, even betraying Jiangnan Palace, wasn't she waiting for this opportunity? Ganglai was right in front of her. Her enemy was right in front of her. Of course, she had to attack. Bitch, I think you're tired of living. Ganglai felt helpless. He could only face Hinajiku. Hinajiku was not weak. Although she was only at the peak 6th divine core realm, her combat strength was no weaker than his. This girl was a genius in the truest sense. She was much better than him. Rainwater kept falling down, mixing with the blood on the ground. The entire ground had turned blood red. It was impossible to tell which part was rainwater and which part was blood. Even though the death warriors of the disciplinary court did not fear death, Ling Xiao was too strong. They were all killed by Ling Xiao's sword. But what made Ling Xiao frown was, it seemed like there were more men of sacrifice from the disciplinary palace. No matter how many men he killed, more men would come from the forest to replace them. It was as if there was no end to them. His enemy had indeed come up with a perfect plan. If Yong and Ganglai failed, they would have to rely on these death warriors to tire Ling Xiao to death. Even if you don't die of exhaustion, as long as you have the slightest mistake, they would be immediately captured by these terrifying death warriors, and then there would be no chance for them to turn the tables. Men of sacrifice were indeed men of sacrifice. They were fearless, just like those immortal warriors. They would use their lives to hinder him, to keep him busy, and to prevent him from unleashing his full potential. But was Ling Xiao someone who would expose his weakness so easily? Right at this moment, he opened his Tai Chi eye. Ling Xiao accurately captured every single change in his surroundings. He could even clearly see a wet bug crawling through the grass. Everything was under his control. His enemies would be killed by him, and he wouldn't expose any flaws. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of these men. What he was worried about was Hua Feihua. Hua Feihua was a cunning woman. She wouldn't approach Ling Xiao on her own initiative. She would just wait for an opportunity to attack. A sudden attack was enough to cause Ling Xiao to be flustered. As for those men of sacrifice, they had become her shields, her skills. Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, but he couldn't touch her at all. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but there were opportunities everywhere. Even so, Hua Feihua was still very surprised. In her heart, she already had a high opinion of Ling Xiao. But after this battle, she finally understood. Ling Xiao, this brat, had hidden too much previously. Sometimes, when facing the men of sacrifice's attacks, Ling Xiao didn't even try to dodge, because those attacks couldn't even break through his defense. Ling Xiao only needed to deal with Hua Feihua's attacks at all times. Nine-headed Hell Snake Beast Soul, Nine-headed Snake Poison Domain. Ling Xiao had his own way of dealing with a group of people. He finally used his ultimate move. The air was filled with a black poisonous fog. All the men of sacrifice from the disciplinary court started coughing. Some of the weaker ones fell to the ground on the spot, their bodies twitching as they died. The stronger ones could only circulate their vital essence to resist the poisonous fog's invasion. But in this way, their strength was even weaker, and Ling Xiao had an even more vicious attack. 10,000 snakes. It was still the nine-headed hell snake's attack. Tens of thousands of poisonous snakes suddenly appeared from the black fog, viciously biting those people. Chapter 4003. Hua Feihua's expression was extremely ugly. Ling Xiao's strength had completely exceeded her expectations. She had thought that even if she did not make a move today, she would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. However, the reality was completely different from what she had imagined. Countless venomous snakes were biting the poisoned warriors of the criminal law. Even she was constantly being bitten by the venomous snakes. The terrifying black poisonous fog was extremely powerful, so she did not dare to be careless at all. She was afraid that she would also be poisoned to death. Even if she had brought hundreds of criminal law men of sacrifice this time, they would not be able to deal with the terrifying black poisonous fog. They would not be able to do anything. Hua Feihua knew that she had to do something. She released her martial soul behind her, which turned out to be a terrifying man-eating flower. Then, she took out a strange bag. After fusing with her true origin, the bag produced a crazy suction force. It actually sucked in the poisonous fog and the tens of thousands of venomous snakes. Continue, kill. Hua Feihua shouted for Ling Xiao, and more people rushed out of the dense forest. After expending so much effort, this hunt must not fail. Otherwise, it would really be a double loss for them. Trap. 8 people flew out of the crowd. The 8 of them each held a spiritual talisman in their hands. The spiritual talismans shone with the light of incantations. An inescapable net suddenly appeared. The golden net was about to trap Ling Xiao. There was a terrifying aura on the net. No matter what it touched, it would not be able to move. Xuanji martial soul, size manipulation. Ling Xiao had mastered 4 of the 72 Xuanji arts. Previously, he had used instant blooming flower, and now he was using size manipulation. He noticed that the net could trap people, but it could not trap extremely small creatures. In just an instant, Ling Xiao seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The people holding the spiritual talismans were dumbfounded. In the next moment, Ling Xiao appeared again. The sword in his hand released a cold sword intent. He killed 2 people in an instant. The net-like object could no longer be used. However, at this moment, Hua Feihua had already charged over. She knew that a sneak attack from the outside wouldn't be of much use. The only way to stop Ling Xiao was for her to make a move as well. The huge man-eating flower opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Ling Xiao. Martial souls had different uses. Some could increase a martial artist's battle prowess, some could be used for possession, and some were like this man-eating flower, which could directly participate in battle. Ogre. Under the attack, Hua Feihua shouted coldly. The man-eating flower martial spirit suddenly became very big. It seemed to have merged with Hua Feihua's true energy, making it even more ferocious. The man-eating flowers covered an area of more than 10 meters around them. The pitiful 4 law enforcers had no time to dodge and were directly swallowed by the man-eating flower. He didn't even have time to scream. Hua Feihua was indeed a cruel woman. In order to kill Ling Xiao, she did not hesitate to kill the law enforcement men of sacrifice. This woman. Ling Xiao frowned, and his right hand suddenly transformed into a huge dragon claw. It slapped out with its claws. The huge dragon claw was a partial beast transformation. This was also one of the characteristics of a beast god martial artist. Partial beast transformation could reduce energy consumption and focus on local attacks. The infinite heavenly rat beast soul transformed. His right hand transformed into the frost divine dragon's dragon claw. He blocked the man-eating flower martial spirit. He spat out a cold breath, and the man-eating flower seemed to be frozen. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao did not feel safe at all. Instead, he felt a fatal danger coming toward him. This danger was enough to take his life. He was like a prey, and the threat was like a beast in the dark. It had been waiting there, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. This person chose the right moment to attack. It happened to be when he was blocking Hua Feihua's man-eating flower. There was no time to guard against a sneak attack from behind. It seemed that Hua Feihua did not even know about this person's existence, so she did not do anything during the battle. In addition, this person's hiding position was quite far away, and Ling Xiao was focused on the battle, so his Tai Chi eye could not capture it. There was no need to talk about divine consciousness. This was the War Soul Valley, so divine consciousness could not be fully utilized. Even so, Ling Xiao could still feel the danger when it was about to strike. Since he felt it, he would not die. Indestructible, impervious to fire and water. At that moment, Ling Xiao did not dodge. Instead, he used the 2 divine skills of the King Kong Ape Beast Soul. Whether it was a physical attack or an elemental attack, the damage would be greatly reduced. Coupled with his strong physical body, he did not believe that the other party could hurt him. At this moment, He did not have many choices. He had just used size manipulation, so he had to wait for half an hour before he could use it again. It was impossible to dodge with the falling plum clear shadow step, because Hua Feihua was entangled with him and did not give him a chance. Therefore, the best choice was to make his defense even more terrifying. Ding! The moment he activated the King Kong Ape Beast Soul skill, the cold arrow was nailed to it. This arrow was extremely powerful, and even his physical body would be pierced directly. It also contained terrifying fire damage. Luckily, he had used the King Kong Ape Beast Soul skill. By the time the arrow reached his body, it had already lost most of its power. Ling Xiao quickly backed off. This guy who hid in the dark was the most dangerous. Therefore, he decided to kill this guy first. The arrow had exposed the other party's location. While Ling Xiao was backing off, he took out the profound theory bow, pulled back the bowstring, and released the arrow. Ah! A miserable scream sounded out from the forest. A man's head was hit by the arrow. His dantian was pierced as well. Ling Xiao could shoot 3 arrows at a time. He didn't notice the other party's presence before. That was why he was ambushed. Now, with the help of the Tai Chi Eye, he could see the other party's exact location, and he could easily aim. This man wasn't too strong. He was only a peak 6 divine core warrior. He was weaker than Shi Yong and Shi Ganglai. But he was hiding in the dark, and his ability to hide was incredible. It was hard for anyone to find him. Also, the bow in his hand was a rare-grade Heavenly King weapon. Without even looking, Zhang Chun knew this guy had a high status in the Palace of Law. After killing the other party, Ling Xiao dashed over and snatched the other party's storage ring and the bow in his hand. Ling Xiao's profound theory bow was only a common-grade Heavenly King weapon, and it was outdated. It was still useful in those big countries, but in the 3,000 saint cities, it had lost some of its value. Luckily, he could use this rare-grade Heavenly King weapon to increase its power. By the time Hua Feihua arrived, everything had already ended. She looked at the dead body on the ground. She let out a helpless sigh. The Palace of Law didn't underestimate their enemy. They didn't underestimate Ling Xiao at all. But Ling Xiao was still too strong. He was so strong that they never expected him to be so strong. Chapter 4004. Ling Xiao did not care about Hua Feihua's shock. He turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning and dodged Hua Feihua. Then, he dashed into the crowd. These people wanted to kill him, so he would not show mercy. He must kill them all. Celestial Demon Sword Seal, Slaughterhouse. The Blood Sovereign Sword danced, and a terrifying sword chi filled the 7th stage. The sword chi was as thin as a cow's hair and densely packed, but its power was not to be underestimated. Hua Feihua had to resist with all her might, not to mention the death warriors of the criminal law palace. No one could resist for even a moment. Bloodthirsty plague. It seemed that the effect was not good enough. Ling Xiao released his divine ability, Bloodthirsty Plague. A blood-red light enveloped the entire Celestial Demon Seal. The Celestial Demon Seal's effect became even more terrifying. Screams of agony rang out. In just 5 or 6 minutes, only Ling Xiao, Hua Feihua, Shi Ganglai, and Hanajiku were left in the 7th stage. Hua Feihua did not suffer much damage, but she had expended a lot of energy. Obviously, in order to resist the bloodthirsty plague, she had expended a lot of energy. Shi Ganglai was depressed. He was seriously injured, and even his legs were shattered. He lay on the ground and could only wriggle. It was no different from death. How terrifying. What a powerful person. No wonder he dared to be so presumptuous in Warsoul's sacred city. Hanajiku was trembling all over. Shi Ganglai regretted it even more. Why did he accept such a mission? Being willing to do this mission could make him a great contribution, but in the end, it cost him his life. He was unwilling to accept it. Hua Feihua was also frightened. Previously, she was very confident that she could definitely kill Ling Xiao. But at this moment, her confidence was not as strong as before. She felt that even she might not be a match for Ling Xiao. She even thought of running for her life. Don't you want revenge? Your enemy is right in front of you. Why aren't you attacking? Kill him and get lost. Ling Xiao looked at Hanajiku and said coldly. Hanajiku came back to her senses and walked towards Shi Ganglai. Don't. Don't kill me, I just lied. I was also forced. Shurganglai finally understood the fear of death, and he screamed in horror. Forced by others? Did Zhang Ruofeng force you? Or did Taiyu force you? Hinajiku asked coldly. It's City Lord Diying, City Lord Diying. Shurganglai roared. Shurganglai, what nonsense are you spouting? Hua Feihua was stunned. I'm not talking nonsense. It's not that Zhang Ruofeng likes Hinajika's mother, although Zhang Ruofeng did have this idea, but he wasn't that bold. What's more, Hinajika's family's status in the city isn't low. The real reason is that Diying found out that Hinajika's family has a sheepskin scroll that records the secrets of the beast god martial spirit, but Hinajika's family refused to hand it over. That's why City Lord Diying sent us to slaughter their entire clan. When Shurganglai was about to die, he would even betray his own father, let alone Diying. What you said is true. Hinajiku was shocked. She thought her enemies were Shurganglai, Taiyu, and Zhang Ruofeng. As long as she killed Shurganglai, she would have her revenge. But now she knew her enemy was Diying. He was the city lord, and the son of the Holy Lord. How was she going to get her revenge? Ling Xiao didn't care about her revenge. What Ling Xiao cared about was the beast god sheepskin scroll that Shurganglai mentioned. He needed to collect the beast god's blood to practice the true 12 divine beast technique. He wouldn't miss it. Did you find the sheepskin scroll? He asked. No. Shurganglai shook his head and suddenly said, Spare me, I'm already in a miserable state, and I've revealed City Lord Diying's secret. Even if I get out, I might not survive. You don't have to kill me, right? Unfortunately, before he could finish, Hinajika's sword had already pierced his throat, and finally, she crushed his dantian with her foot. Blood splattered all over Hinajika's body. This little girl who was blinded by hatred could only tremble pitifully, because she felt that she would never get her revenge. The sheepskin scroll has always been with me. Do you want it? Hinajiku suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Of course. Ling Xiao said lightly. Here. Hinajika threw the scroll to Ling Xiao. This thing is useless to me. Consider it as repayment for avenging me. Ling Xiao unceremoniously took the sheepskin scroll. It was a map of the beast god martial spirit. He quickly put it away. You still have a chance to get your revenge. If I'm not wrong, the one who killed your family was Holy Lord Di Tuatyin. Diying was just a messenger. Ling Xiao said lightly, You're now Di Tuatyin's disciple, no matter why he took you in the first place. Now, you have a chance to get close to him and kill him. Hinajika's eyes lit up when she heard this. I know. Hinajiku nodded. The two of you dared to betray the Holy Lord. I will definitely report this to the Holy Lord. Hua Feihua said coldly. Do you think you can get out of here alive? You know so many secrets. If I don't kill you, won't I, Ling Xiao, be in more trouble? Ling Xiao looked at Hua Feihua as if he was looking at a dead person. At the same time, War Spirit Sacred City's Punishment Hall. The Punishment Hall's elder, Mayor Diying, and the rest were sitting together. They were waiting for news from War Spirit Valley. Calculating the time, it should be over. We sent so many people this time. It's a waste. Shurganglai alone is enough to kill Ling Xiao. We also sent Shi Yong, who is stronger than Shurganglai, and the #1 assassin, Gargoyle. There are even hundreds of death warriors. The Punishment Hall's elder was dissatisfied with this operation. He felt that it was too much of a fuss. It's not just these people. Mayor Hua Feihua also went in. The Punishment Hall's second elder said, Diying, is that Ling Xiao kid really that scary? He killed Zhang Ruofeng and Taiyu. He doesn't even care about Hua Feihua. It's enough to see how strong he is. Since we want to kill him, we have to go all out. Otherwise, if he escapes, it will be our doomsday. Diying knew from the first time he saw Ling Xiao that Ling Xiao was not easy to deal with. Otherwise, Azure Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Crimson Flame, and General Zhao Fengyun would not have recommended him. However, in his opinion, no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he would definitely die in this operation. Even the mayor would not be able to survive such a lineup. However, Diying did not know. At this time, the situation in War Spirit Valley had changed. The Punishment Hall's martial artists were all killed. Even his background had been exposed. Chapter 4005. What? You want to kill me too? Hua Feihua stared at Ling Xiao, feeling that this young man was getting bolder and bolder. Why can't I? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. You can kill me, but I can't kill you? What kind of logic is that? I just want to warn you. I'm a perfect 7th Divine Core Warrior. And you're just a perfect 4th Divine Core Warrior. The gap between us is too big. You're no match for me. Hua Feihua said with disdain, I didn't kill you because I don't think you're that easy to kill. I'm not afraid of you. Let's stop here. We'll go our separate ways and do our own things. We don't owe each other anything. What do you think? Hua Feihua really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But, from the previous battles, she realized that even if she could kill Ling Xiao, she would be severely injured. For her, this wasn't a good thing. She couldn't accept it. That was why she decided to leave. She would tell Di Ying and the Saint Lord what happened here, and let them deal with this Ling Xiao. Let you leave? Then you'll tell Di Ying and Di Tuotian what happened here? That'll make me depressed. Why don't you just die, and no one will know what happened here? Even if Di Ying and Di Tuotian suspect me, they can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao said with a calm smile on his face. Not only had this Hua Feihua tried to kill him many times, she also knew too many of his secrets. Just the sheepskin scroll alone was enough to kill him. Therefore, Hua Feihua had to die. Or else, he had to die. Even if he killed the Saint Lord's disciple, the Saint Lord could still tolerate it. After all, he was a genius disciple of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. But, if it involved the Saint Lord's own interests, it was a different story. If the Saint Lord could slaughter the entire Hinajika clan for the sheepskin scroll, he could also kill Jiang Qin at any cost. Therefore, this secret had to be kept. Hua Feihua's expression didn't look good. Before this, she was the hunter, she was the dominator, and Ling Xiao was just a person being judged. But now, the situation had clearly reversed. It made her feel really uncomfortable. Since you insist on doing this, I'll do it. Then this city lord can only kill you. Although it might consume a large amount of true essence, I won't hesitate either. Hua Feihua was enraged. She felt that she had been patient enough, but Ling Xiao still didn't know what was good for him. In that case, there was no need to be patient. Hee, what's the point of saying all this nonsense? You make it sound like you didn't intend to kill me. You didn't manage to kill me even though you teamed up with those death warriors. Do you really think you can kill me now? City Mistress Hua, what if I tell you that I haven't actually used my full strength yet? Ling Xiao smiled with a disdainful look on his face. This battle had to be fought. This was because the energy in his sea of cultivation had already risen to 90%. The battle just now had benefited him greatly. He believed that if he fought with Hua Feihua, he would be able to increase the energy in his cultivation sea to 100%. That way, he would only need an opportunity to break through. That's impossible. Hua Feihua was shocked. Ling Xiao was already capable of killing Shi Yong, and had even single-handedly annihilated so many death warriors of the disciplinary court. She really couldn't believe that Ling Xiao still had hidden his strength. Could it be that this kid had already reached the city lord's level? Don't believe it? You will know soon enough. Ling Xiao stretched his limbs. The blood sovereign sword pointed at Hua Feihua. A terrifying sword essence began to brew. Hua Feihua didn't say anything else. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was telling the truth or not, she didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. If she was 100% confident that she could defeat Ling Xiao before, then now, she was only 70% confident. This battle wasn't an ordinary spar. It directly concerned their life and death. Whoever emerged victorious would be able to survive. Whoever lost would be dead for sure. Release your full strength. Let me see your true strength. Hua Feihua began to activate her true essence. The man-eating flower martial soul was swaying behind her back, unleashing a terrifying and ferocious aura. There's no need for that now. Ling Xiao shook his head. Once the martial soul of Tyrant was unleashed, Hua Feihua would die very quickly. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't think there was a need for that now. He needed Hua Feihua to become his opportunity to increase his strength and break through to the next realm. I think you don't have any hidden strength. You're only 18 years old at the first transition. I don't believe you can become stronger. Hua Feihua laughed. She thought Ling Xiao was just bluffing. What hidden strength? He was just trying to scare her. Think whatever you want. Ling Xiao's sword essence was still gathering. Hua Feihua didn't dare hesitate. She immediately unleashed a green aura around her body. A green glow formed around her body. Secret flower art. After reaching the divine core realm, many warriors would cultivate 1 or 2 secret skills to protect themselves. After all, most of the martial skills were used for attacking. Only secret skills could allow them to fight skillfully. The secret flower art made Hua Feihua feel like she was standing inside a huge flower. She was surrounded by a green light and a red flower bud. Although Jiang Chun had no idea what kind of effect this secret flower art had. But Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Kill. Ling Xiao took the lead and launched his attack. His body dashed forward like a blood-red lightning. The blood sovereign sword in his hand shone brightly. Ding! The sword hit the huge flower bud. It was bounced back. Ling Xiao took a few steps back. A surprised expression appeared on his face. Interesting. I didn't know your secret flower art could form such a terrifying defense. But you're just like a coward. Can you withstand my storm-like attack? Because Ling Xiao was only using ordinary attacks, he could switch between attacking and defending at will. In an instant, his body turned into a terrifying afterimage. The blood sovereign sword landed on the flower bud like raindrops. At the same time, the Tai Chi eye quickly spun, trying to find the flower bud's weakness. The flower bud had a strong defense. At least, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it wouldn't be easy for him to break through it, unless he used an even stronger attack. Or, he would have to find the flaw. So fast, and it seems like every sword attack has almost hit my weakest point. This Ling Xiao really isn't a bluff. He's really strong. Hua Feihua was defending with all her might, but she was still shocked. Although Ling Xiao couldn't hurt her at all, she was still in a daze. But she couldn't guarantee that if this continued, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to find the flaw in her secret flower art. Therefore, she had to take the initiative to attack. Flower Rain Sword. Hua Feihua was a sword user as well, but it seemed like her sword was just an auxiliary tool. Unlike Ling Xiao's sword, when he held it in his hand, it felt like it was part of his body. Chapter 4006. Of course, Hua Feihua's swordsmanship was very strong. Her first move was a 7th-level Emperor Sword technique. This kind of sword technique was enough to hurt Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao did not dare to take it head-on. Although it was not as dense as Ling Xiao's slaughterhouse of divine demon seals, it was still very powerful. However, it still sealed all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. It seemed that he could not avoid it. The size manipulation secret technique was still on cooldown and could not be used. What should Ling Xiao do? The answer was very simple. He just had to return it. The reason why Ling Xiao had cultivated so many martial skills and divine abilities was so that he could launch different attacks according to the different situations of his enemies. At this moment, the best one was Ice Aeon. Ice Aeon of the Frost Divine Dragon. In that instant, all of the sword lights were frozen. Although the sword lights were struggling desperately in the ice, perhaps they would be unfrozen in a moment. However, this little bit of time was enough for Ling Xiao to change the situation. Divine Demon Seal, 10,000 Beasts in 1. This was the most powerful single-target attack of the Divine Demon Seal. Together with Ling Xiao's own strength, its power could even reach the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. It was not weaker than Hua Feihua's martial skill. The violent move shattered the ice block in front of him and also shattered Hua Feihua's attack. Finally, it hit the frozen bud. Cracks actually appeared on the flower bud. Together with Hua Feihua, they were sent flying. It's so hard. Such an attack only caused cracks? Ling Xiao finally felt the horror of the 3,000 sacred city. In terms of cultivation, Hua Feihua was not much stronger than the experts of Shuiyu. However, she could easily use a 7th-level Emperor Realm martial skill. That was too strong. Ling Xiao's martial skill could not gain any advantage at all. You're actually able to break through my secret flower technique? It seems like you're still hiding your true strength. It's not completely nonsense. Hua Feihua frowned. She was finally serious. Originally, She thought that it was an insult for a city lord to take an ordinary disciple seriously. But now, she did not dare to think that way. Although cracks had appeared on the secret flower technique, it still had a powerful defense. Hua Feihua no longer passively defended. Instead, she began to attack wildly. The flower bud wrapped around her body, forming a strange armor. Hua Feihua's alluring figure was completely revealed. If an ordinary man saw this scene, he would probably be drooling. There was a chance that he would be ambushed and killed, but Ling Xiao didn't. He would never be tempted by a woman during a battle, because if he was not careful, he could face death. Sitting there, Hinagiko blankly watched the battle, laughing at her own ignorance and incompetence. She thought she was the most outstanding genius of the Jiangnan Palace, but in front of Ling Xiao, he seemed so small. She believed that Hua Feihua's earlier attack would have killed her. It was impossible for him to have the strength to fight back. Not to mention, Hua Feihua was sent flying. That kind of thing was really unthinkable. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Hua Feihua were locked in a fierce battle. The two of them exchanged blows in midair like two bolts of lightning. One was blood red. The other was emerald green. They kept colliding and exchanging blows. Although Ling Xiao seemed to be at a disadvantage. But no matter which time it was, as long as there was danger, Hinagiko thought that there was no chance of a comeback. But Ling Xiao was able to create a miracle and turn the situation around. Of course, Ling Xiao, who did not use any martial techniques, and Ling Xiao, who did not use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, had suffered countless blows. Although they were only minor injuries. But the accumulation of injuries still caused Ling Xiao to vomit blood. However, there was no trace of fear on Ling Xiao's face at all. Instead, there was only madness, power, and fearlessness. He even laughed maniacally. It was as if the blood had made him braver. What a lunatic! Hua Feihua was getting more and more frightened, although she had expected this to happen. But when it came to the real fight, she panicked. As long as she could not kill Ling Xiao, this Ling Xiao would pounce on her countless times. He was a crazy warrior who could not die. No wonder he did not even care about the sacred leader. This kind of person was not even afraid of death. What was there to be afraid of? Hua Feihua felt a strong chill in her heart. She started to think about a problem. If this continued, would she be the one to be killed in the end? City Lord Hua, this is not all you are capable of, right? Your martial soul seems to be able to possess the body. Can't you spare it? Ling Xiao wanted Hua Feihua to be more powerful. Because the more powerful Hua Feihua was, the more powerful she was. It would be more helpful for him to stimulate his potential. Okay, if you want to see it, I'll let you see it. Actually, the reason why Hua Feihua was unwilling to use the martial soul possession was the same as the girl Ling Xiao had met before. She did not want to be ugly. The man-eating flower martial soul possession. It would make Hua Feihua's appearance extremely ferocious and terrifying. If a man took a look at her, he would lose interest in her. But today, Hua Feihua had no choice but to use it. Anyway, Ling Xiao was the only man left here. Ling Xiao was someone she had to kill. So what if she used it? She did not care. Anyway, the man-eating flower martial soul possession was usually used when she could not defeat the enemy. And every time she used it, the enemy would be killed by her. She was very clear about the terrifying power of this possession. Poor Hua Feihua did not know. She used the martial soul possession only to create the conditions for Ling Xiao to increase his cultivation. Want to kill Ling Xiao? That was simply a dream. Even the sacred leader might not be able to do it, let alone her. Ling Xiao wanted to completely squeeze out all the useful things from Hua Feihua. All of them would become his cultivation, his true essence, and his energy. They would become the source of his improvement. Man-eating flower martial soul possession. Finally, Hua Feihua changed. At that moment, a total of 10 man-eating flower heads grew out from her back. Even his hands and legs had turned into the vines of the man-eating flower. Her face became ferocious and comical. No wonder this woman did not want to use it. This kind of behavior would really give one nightmares just by looking at it. But after the transformation, her power was indeed terrifying. At that moment, all the plants in the 7th level seemed to be controlled by this Hua Feihua. Countless man-eating flowers grew out of the ground. They all opened their mouths wide and stared at Ling Xiao. As long as Hua Feihua gave the order, they would tear Ling Xiao to pieces. So scary. Is this the power of a city lord? It's a bit ugly, but in the world of martial artists, strength is king. With such power, can Ling Xiao really resist? Frowning, Hinajiku suddenly stood up. I'll help you. Scram, I don't care. Ling Xiao's attitude towards Hinajiku was not good at all. Hinajiku had no reason to retort. Chapter 4007. You want to see my martial spirit possession? So I'll show you now. Now you know how stupid you are. Hua Feihua was definitely qualified to say such words. The moment the man-eating flower martial spirit possession transformed, the entire 7th level basically belonged to her. The dense vegetation here was assimilated by the man-eating flower, becoming a fierce monster with vitality. Ling Xiao was no longer fighting Hua Feihua alone, but the entire 7th level's vegetation. No wonder Hinajiku wanted to fight with him. She probably didn't believe that he could resist this terrifying possession. Mayor Hua, you're really something. Ling Xiao smiled and said, although this appearance is a little ugly, even I have to admit that it's true. Your possession is indeed powerful. But do you think you can kill me with this? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Hua Feihua frowned. She couldn't see through this young man anymore. Logically speaking, seeing her powerful form, even if Ling Xiao wasn't afraid, he should be panicking. But no, not at all. It was as if nothing had changed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Fine, since you're so stubborn, I'll let you have a taste of this transformation's power. Hua Feihua decided to stop talking nonsense. Since Ling Xiao didn't show any signs of fear, she'll use her strength to make him feel fear. Man-eating flower farm. Hua Feihua snorted. On the originally calm ground, man-eating flowers suddenly appeared one after another. Although they weren't as large as Hua Feihua's, but because there were so many of them, it still brought a lot of pressure. This damn place wasn't big enough. It was more suitable for Hua Feihua to use this move. She could completely treat Ling Xiao as a prey for the man-eating flowers. Roar! Roar! The man-eating flowers' roars kept coming, and then rushed towards Ling Xiao. They wanted to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Ling Xiao swung his sword quickly, killing the man-eating flowers. But there were too many of them. There were more of them than the death warriors from the criminal law palace. If you kill one of them, there will be more than 10 coming from different directions. For a moment, Ling Xiao seemed to be at a complete disadvantage. He blocked the attacks in a flurry. The situation was completely reversed. Now you know how powerful my attacks are. Your myriad snake pales in comparison to my man-eating flower ranch. Hua Feihua snorted coldly and became more confident. She felt that at this point, the battle was already completely under her control. Of course, she was very clear that those weak man-eating flowers would not be able to kill Ling Xiao. All they wanted to do was to weaken Ling Xiao. Hua Feihua's real attack was brewing in front of her. In her hands, a mass of pitch-black energy continued to condense. Even before it was completed, he could already feel the terrifying destructive power being released. As a result, the entire 7th stage was shaking non-stop. What a pitiful person. Although your strength is not bad, the strongest martial skill you can use now is the previous move, right? Mid-7th Order Emperor Realm? The power of my attack will reach the peak of 7th Order Emperor Realm. What are you going to use to block it? Hua Feihua sneered as she brewed her energy. In her opinion, today's battle could already end here. Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to escape from her all-out attack. The panic from before had completely disappeared. That's right, I am Hua Feihua, the city lord of Hua City. How can I be afraid of a Jiangnan Palace disciple? I'm really getting worse and worse. I say, woman, what are you talking to yourself about? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Hua Feihua seemed to have just noticed it. Ling Xiao, who seemed to be in a hurry, was actually doing as he pleased. At this moment, there were 10 swords revolving around Ling Xiao, killing each other. They killed all the man-eating flowers that were pouncing on him. On the other hand, the blood sovereign sword in Ling Xiao's hand was still brewing an even stronger power. Ling Xiao also knew that Hua Feihua was going to give it her all. Naturally, he would not slack off. Who would win and who would lose would depend on this final attack. Looks like I have to kill you as soon as possible. Otherwise, undue delay may lead to trouble. Hua Feihua frowned. Ling Xiao was not as panicked or fearful as she had imagined. She was a little anxious. The black energy in her hands had finally completely condensed. Would God please bestow me with great power? Destroy this detestable enemy. Seal of the Ogre. Boom. Hua Feihua roared and attacked with both hands. A huge seal appeared in the void. The shape of the seal still looked like a man-eating flower. However, its attack power was more terrifying than any of the martial arts techniques that Hua Feihua had used before. All the man-eating flowers in the surrounding area instantly withered. All the plants in the 7th level lost their vitality and were completely absorbed by the seal of the ogre. This was the power of all the plants in the 7th level. It was even more terrifying than a peak 7th level martial arts technique. Ling Xiao did not have any martial arts techniques that could block it. There were only two choices he could make. He could either release the Sky Tyrant martial soul, or he could use the Crimson Thunder God. The blood-red sword in his hand was a clear indication of his intentions. He chose the Crimson Thunder God. Hua Feihua's strength was not worth the risk of using the Sky Tyrant martial soul. After all, Daisy was still nearby. Why do you have to force me, City Lord Hua? There was no enmity between us. However, we became enemies for no reason, and you kept causing trouble for me. If I don't kill you today, I will never have a day of peace. Blood-red lightning gathered on Ling Xiao's body and poured into the Blood Sovereign sword. Behind him, a purple lightning bull appeared. However, the purple lightning bull's lightning had turned completely blood-red. Its power was even more terrifying than the blue lightning. This attack had cost him 5 million upper-grade spiritual stones. However, it did not matter. After all, Ling Xiao had more than enough spiritual stones. This little bit of consumption was nothing to worry about. As long as he could kill Hua Feihua, it was definitely worth it. Crimson Thunder God. When Ling Xiao let out a low roar, the terrifying ogre seal had completely swallowed Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Daisy let out a cry of surprise. Hua Feihua, on the other hand, laughed maniacally. It was not easy to kill Ling Xiao. She should celebrate. To celebrate his hard-won victory. Ha 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 ha, see? This is the consequence of going against me. The consequence of going against the city lord. Ling Xiao is dead. You're next. Hanajiku. No matter who it is, anyone who sees me in this state must die. Who did you say is dead? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Hua Feihua was completely stunned as if she had been frozen. Roar. Following Ling Xiao's voice. Then, there was a terrifying dragon roar. A blood-red lightning dragon was released from the Blood Sovereign sword. It bit down on the huge ogre seal. Chapter 4008. What? Hua Feihua was completely stunned. The power was too strong. It was definitely not a rank 7 martial skill that could be released. What was going on? Kill. The Crimson Divine Dragon bit the seal of the ogre and pounced on Hua Feihua. Hua Feihua kept attacking with all her might. She tried to stop the Divine Dragon from descending. However, it was useless. The Crimson Divine Dragon pierced through Hua Feihua's body. A bloody wound appeared on her dantian. Her dantian shattered. Her inner core exploded. Hua Feihua choked with sobs as she waited for her death. Everything disappeared. She only saw Ling Xiao standing there with the Blood Supreme sword in his hand, staring at her coldly. Hua Feihua, how does that feel? Ling Xiao mocked. No. No. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Hua Feihua shook her head desperately, but her consciousness was getting blurry. She knew that she was about to die. But why did it come to this? Perhaps Ling Xiao was right. The two of them did not have any enmity, but she chose to target Ling Xiao. In the end, it came to this. Her life was about to come to an end. He was about to die tragically. There was no chance for regrets now. Bam! Hua Feihua's body fell to the ground. She had completely bid farewell to this world. Fortunately, before she died, she turned into her original appearance. She was still beautiful. It was a pity that the bloody hole in her body was too eye-catching. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and felt the changes in the energy in his body. He had completely reached 100% of the energy in his cultivation sea. He had to find an opportunity to break through. Although this battle appeared to be dangerous, it was ultimately not too challenging. Perhaps it would take some time before he could break through. As for Hua Feihua's death, he could not be bothered with it. It was not the first time he had killed someone. Those who died were just people who wanted to kill him. He burned Hua Feihua and all the corpses in the 7th level. He did not leave any traces. This way, even if the people in Fighting Soul Sacred City suspected that he killed them, they would not be able to find any evidence. Without evidence, they would not be able to convict him. Many people probably didn't even believe that he was the one who did it. For example, Daisy's. Even though she had seen it with her own eyes, she still found it hard to believe that Ling Xiao had really killed a city lord. This was too frightening, too powerful. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Ling Xiao walked towards the 8th stage. That was the place that could truly stimulate his potential. After all the demon beasts in the 8th stage were at the 8th level of the divine core realm. If Ling Xiao wanted to survive there, he would have to constantly activate his tyrant martial spirit to fight. He did not want Daisy to follow him. Hinajiku glanced at Ling Xiao's back. He also left. Today's events felt like a dream. She had already planned to commit suicide. However, he found out who his real enemy was. That was Diying, and even the Sacred Lord. Now that she had become the disciple of the Holy Lord, she should use this to her advantage and work even harder on her cultivation. Then, he would find an opportunity to kill the Sacred Lord and Diying. The 7th stage was more suitable for her cultivation. She chose a cultivation room and went into seclusion. As for Ling Xiao, just as he was about to enter the 8th stage, the talisman in his hand suddenly rang. It was a message talisman. As long as someone had a message talisman with the same number, he could contact them directly. Master Jiang Nan, what's the matter? The one who contacted Ling Xiao was Jiang Nan. Did you do something in the Valley of Warsoul? Jiang Nan asked. You can say that. You know about it? Ling Xiao was surprised. Normally, no one in the outside world would know about what happened in the Valley of Warsoul. Hua Feihua's aura suddenly disappeared, and her soul stone shattered. This means that she died in the Valley of Warsoul. Only the City Lord and the Sacred Lord are qualified to have a soul stone. Jiang Nan explained. So you didn't see it, but her soul stone shattered. Then, it's not a big deal. I can tell you that I was the one who killed her. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. You're right? All right, you can come out now. No matter who asks you about this, just say that you don't know anything. Even your senior sisters will say the same thing, or else you'll be in trouble. Jiang Nan said, your cultivation in the Valley of Warsoul has to come to an end. There's a new mission that will be very useful to you. Initially, I was worried about your strength. But, since you were able to kill that bitch, Hua Feihua, I don't have to worry about your strength anymore. I'm afraid that in the Valley of Warsoul, only the City Lord, the Sacred Lord, and the 3 sect elders of the Law Palace can be your enemy. Even the 4 legendary disciples of the Sacred Lord won't be your match. What's the matter? If it's not important, I won't go out. Ling Xiao still wanted to stay and break through to the 5th divine core realm. It's very important, very important. Don't you want to go to the Golden City? This is your chance. Jiang Nan said, all right, I'll go out now. When Ling Xiao heard about the Golden City, he was immediately tempted. He cut off the conversation and left the Valley of Warsoul in a hurry. As for the details, he could only ask them face to face. When Ling Xiao left the War Spirit Valley, many people were very surprised in their hearts. Of course, the ones who were the most shocked were the 3 sect elders of the Law Palace and Diying. He's still alive? Don't tell me Hua Feihua was killed by him? The first elder of the Law Palace furrowed his brows. He had never encountered a situation like this before. Therefore, even he was panicking. Impossible. Hua Feihua is the City Lord. It's already a miracle that this Ling Xiao was able to defeat Shi Yong and Shi Ganglai. Something must have happened. Could it be that some unknown trouble has appeared in the Valley of Warsoul? Diying shook his head and said, don't forget, there was once a terrifying demon beast that couldn't be controlled in the Valley of Warsoul. At that time, the Sacred Master personally took action and killed that demonic beast. First Elder, I agree with Di Ying's opinion. Who does Ling Xiao think he is? The Law Palace has sent so many great warriors to kill him. If they were all killed by him, then what? Doesn't that mean that the people of our disciplinary hall are trash? The second elder said. What these people couldn't accept the most was that a trash they thought was incapable of killing a genius they thought highly of. I think so too. Shi Yong was personally groomed by me. I understand his saber skills the best. Ling Xiao's bit of strength is simply not enough. The third elder said, if that's the case, this Ling Xiao's luck is a little too good. Although the first elder still had doubts in his heart, the other four people's opinions were unanimous, and he didn't have any opinions of his own. While they were discussing Ling Xiao had already returned to the Jiangnan Palace. Jiang Nan received Ling Xiao alone. Ling Xiao roughly explained what had happened inside. Almost got you killed. Chapter 4009. Master Jiang Nan, I didn't die, right? Even if I knew it was dangerous, I would still go. Just tell me why you asked me to come out this time. How is it related to the Golden City? Ling Xiao didn't take what happened in the War Spirit Valley seriously. Although it was dangerous, he also benefited a lot. Now he was more concerned about what Jiang Nan wanted to say. Jiang Nan nodded and said, you know that there are 3,000 sacred cities in our Golden Heaven Nation. The 3,000 sacred cities will have a ranking battle every 10 years. Those who participate are all outstanding disciples of the sacred cities. As long as you enter the top 1,000, you can be called a Golden Disciple. You will receive a lot of rewards and key training from the Golden City. If you enter the top 100, you may even be selected by the Golden City to go to the mysterious sacred land to cultivate. So good. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt that he was very lucky to be able to participate in the ranking battle every 10 years. Moreover, the ranking battle was related to whether or not he could enter the Golden City to cultivate. Whether or not he could be valued by the Golden City. Ling Xiao believed that if he became a Golden Disciple, even Di Tuatyin wouldn't dare to touch him easily. After all, he had become the ultimate protection target of the Golden City. Of course, the higher the ranking, the better. Of course, but I need to remind you. The best result of our War Spirit Sacred City is around the 800th place. He is one of the legendary disciples of the Sacred Lord. Because the ranking battle has an age limit, you need to be 30 years old to participate. Otherwise, the few of us can still get a better ranking. Jiang Nan continued, this is normal. The comprehensive strength of the War Spirit Sacred City is only above average. Among the 3,000 sacred cities, it's not easy for a disciple to enter the 800th place. Ling Xiao didn't find it surprising. By the way, Master Jiang Nan, is the ranking battle a one-on-one battle? Ling Xiao asked. That's not it. What the Golden City needs is talented disciples, not a powerful disciple. There was still a subtle difference in this. At that time, everyone will be assigned a task of the same difficulty, according to the effect of the task. There will be different scores. The scoring criteria were transparent, and anyone could see it, so it couldn't be faked. Even if it was an angel sent by the City of Gold, it was impossible for it to be faked. Therefore, this was very fair. Whoever had the highest score would be ranked the highest, and so on and so forth. Originally, no one from our Jiangnan Palace Hall had the qualifications to participate in this ranking tournament. But you've defeated Zhang Ruofeng and Tai Yu, so you've completely qualified. He was chosen by the angel of the City of Gold. Not even the Sacred Master can stop me. Jiang Nan introduced. If that's the case, does this mean that this angel is stronger than the Holy Master? Ling Xiao asked. That's not the case. Angels might not be as strong as holy lords, but they represent the City of Gold. He had the will of the Yellow Emperor. Even the Sacred Master wouldn't dare to resist. So that's how it is. The power of will is truly terrifying. Ling Xiao nodded. He was not particularly interested in other rewards, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope to enter the Golden City, he had to participate. 3,000 holy cities. Even if each holy city only sent out 10 disciples, there would still be 30,000 participants. The competition was not small. Moreover, there might not be only 10 disciples participating. As expected, Jiang Nan's next words confirmed Ling Xiao's speculation. Our sacred master has already gone to the City of Gold to accept the mission. Once he returned, the ranking battle this time could be considered to have truly begun. In addition, there are 20 people from the Fighting Soul Sacred City participating in the ranking tournament. There are 10 disciples under the Sacred Master, including Sacred General Zhan Long and Daisy. There will be 3 disciples under Diying, including Di Hongxiu, Di Hongyun, and the real star of the Divine Eagle Palace, Chun Yu. The remaining 7 spots will be divided between the other Castellans and the Criminal Law Palace. It's not easy for us to get a spot. It's really not easy. There was a lot of information in Jiang Nan's words that was worth considering. But what puzzled Ling Xiao was that Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyun were not as strong as Bai Lian. Why should they participate? Of course, it was useless to ask Jiang Nan about this. By the way, Master Jiang Nan, is Chun Yu related to Chen Hao? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. Chen Yu is Chen Hao's sister, but the relationship between them is not good. You don't have to worry about Chun Yu taking revenge, but you have to be careful of the 4 legendary disciples under the Sacred Master. Those 4 will definitely not tolerate you, the person who killed Zhang Ruofeng. Jiang Nan reminded, there's another big problem. The leader of the Fighting Soul Sacred City this time is Diying. Diying is the leader? Ling Xiao frowned. With that guy as the leader, would he let him off easily? I know you're worried, but other than the leader, there will be an angel in the team. She will be in charge of supervising the mission. Diying won't dare to mess around. Jiang Nan explained, but Diying doesn't have to attack me directly. He can do something during the mission, obstruct me, and protect and help his disciples. Ling Xiao was still unhappy with this arrangement. I can only tell you that during the mission, the leader can't easily interfere with the progress of the mission. Once he interferes, he may lose the right to lead. The leader can only act under one condition. That is, the life of the team member is in danger, and the team member has to ask for help. Once the leader acts, the team member will lose the right to continue participating in the ranking battle. As for the angel, no matter what the situation is, he's just a bystander. Even if you die in front of him, he won't do anything. He won't even say a word. If that's the case, I can accept it. Ling Xiao wasn't particularly satisfied, but thinking about it, it wasn't bad. Since he couldn't change, he would work hard to adapt. All right, the Sacred Master will probably be back tomorrow. Rest well today, and don't leave Jiangnan Palace for the time being. I'm worried that someone will attack you. After what happened in the Fighting Soul Valley, Jiang Nan didn't dare to be careless. Who knew what those people were scheming? Thank you for the reminder, Master Jiang Nan. I understand. Ling Xiao didn't plan to go out either. It wasn't that he was afraid of anyone. He just didn't want to complicate matters at this time. The ranking battle was very important to him. He couldn't let anything go wrong. After Jiang Nan left, Ling Xiao stayed in his room alone and began consolidating his cultivation. After the increase in energy in his cultivation sea, he needed to consolidate it as well. If not, it would become unstable. While consolidating his cultivation, Jiang Nan summarized his current situation. Cultivation. Peak 4th Divine Core Realm, 100% energy in his cultivation sea, about to break through at any time. Chapter 40:10. Martial Skills. Innate Fiend God Seal. 7th Order Emperor Realm Martial Skill Innate Fiend God Seal. 6th Order Emperor Realm Martial Skill Blood Fiend God Seal. 5th Order Emperor Realm Martial Skill Black Tortoise Divine Physique. Peak 7th Order Emperor Realm Combat Physique. Basically, these were all the useful martial skills he had right now. With the Innate Fiend God Seal, Black Tortoise Divine Physique, and Beast Soul Transformation, he could easily defeat a 7th Order Divine Core Warrior. Not to mention, he also had the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and Blood Thunder God. In terms of combat strength, it shouldn't be a problem. As for completing the mission, he couldn't rely solely on his strength. He still needed to rely on his brain and skills. The Tai Chi Eye, alchemy, formations, and many other things would become his strongest trump cards. While Jiang Chun was thinking, a day passed quickly. Early the next morning, Jiang Nan came looking for him. She told him to welcome the Saint Lord at the entrance of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao followed her to the entrance. Although Ling Xiao didn't have much time to come to the Fighting Soul Sacred City, but he did have an extraordinary memory. It was easy for him to remember where the entrance was. As for the other disciples of the Jiangnan Palace, they were still in secluded cultivation. After consuming the 9-sun soul refining pill, they would need to cultivate for a while. If it wasn't for the ranking battle, Jiang Nan wouldn't have delayed her cultivation. "You're that Ling Xiao?" Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. Ling Xiao didn't recognize him. However, Jiang Nan recognized her. "Oh, it's Chen Yu. Why are you looking for Ling Xiao?" "Mayor Jiang, why do you ask when you already know the answer? Although I don't have a good relationship with Chen Hao, he is still my younger brother. Ling Xiao killed Chen Hao. How can I just sit back and watch?" Chen Yu said angrily. "Then what do you want?" Ling Xiao said with disdain. "If I can kill Chen Hao, I can also kill you. I just hope you don't seek death. I've killed too many people recently and I feel unlucky." "What an arrogant guy." Chen Yu stared at Ling Xiao and asked coldly, "Did you kill those men from the disciplinary palace?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. He could only tell Jiang Nan about what happened in the War Spirit Valley. No one else would say anything. It wasn't that he was afraid of anything, but if he didn't say anything, others wouldn't be able to judge his true strength. This was definitely a good thing for him. Not to mention, some people in War Soul Sacred City couldn't use those high-sounding reasons to judge him. "You definitely didn't do it. You don't have that kind of ability." Chen Yu stared at Ling Xiao for a while, then confirmed that Ling Xiao was only a peak 4th Heavenly Core warrior. It was as if he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Even if she wanted to avenge her brother, she would not choose to do it now. After all, Jiang Nan was still there. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, it would be best to do it during the mission. "As long as you're happy." Ling Xiao smiled as he watched Chen Yu leave. "What a silly bird. You are indeed a foolish child. If I didn't provoke you, I might have been able to live." Jiang Nan also shook her head. "Let's go. You've been delayed for a while. I'm sure the others are waiting for you." "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded his head, then he continued walking with Jiang Nan. When they arrived at the entrance of War Soul Sacred City, many people had already gathered here. Compared to the gathering at the recruitment hall, there were many more people here. 7 city lords, besides the dead Hua Feihua, all of them were here. Of course, all the outstanding disciples who were going to participate in the ranking tournament were here as well. Ling Xiao noticed that Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyun were much stronger than the last time he saw them. Also, both of them felt like something was wrong. They weren't as lively as before, but they were more vicious and cold. It seemed like everyone was discussing Hua Feihua's death. Hua Feihua's death was a serious accident. The Criminal Law Palace was investigating it. But this didn't stop the city lords from discussing it. Seeing Jiang Nan and Ling Xiao arrive, Diying suddenly spoke up. With a cold voice he said, "I didn't expect you to come here. Don't you know how serious of a crime you've committed?" "What a joke, City Lord Diying. Why didn't you think about how serious of a crime you've committed when you killed your entire family? If I remember correctly, when I first arrived at War Soul Sacred City, you wanted to kill me. Do you think you're awesome just because you're a city lord?" Hua Feihua pretended to be cool, but she still died. "Do you want to become the second Hua Feihua?" Ling Xiao sneered. He purposely said this so that the other party wouldn't be able to figure out his background. "All right, Diying, don't forget that you're the leader of this tournament. You're not young anymore, and you're already at odds with your disciples. Don't you feel ashamed?" Jiang Nan looked at Diying and smiled faintly. "Humph." Diying snorted, knowing that he had been too impulsive. But when he saw Ling Xiao, he was unhappy. "Brat, even if City Lord Hua is dead, she wasn't killed by you. Don't use this to threaten me. Is that so? Maybe City Lord Hua was really killed by me?" Ling Xiao laughed. "This brat is the ruthless person who killed Zhang Ruofeng and Taiyu?" Hearing the conversation between Ling Xiao and Diying, those who hadn't seen Ling Xiao before could guess who he was. This brat is really young. He's so young, but he's already so accomplished. It seems that we're all getting old. He killed the Sacred Lord's disciple. How good can he be? Some people felt that Ling Xiao was dancing on the edge of a knife. As for Ling Xiao's claim that he had killed Hua Feihua, they would never believe it. Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak. Not to mention killing Hua Feihua, they didn't even think that Ling Xiao had killed Taiyu himself. It must be the people from Jiangnan Palace who had helped him. Some people were like that. When they looked down on someone, they would analyze the situation based on their own judgment. But they didn't know that they would often make mistakes. If you couldn't do it, did it mean that others couldn't? Everyone, this is my disciple's first time participating in this kind of ranking battle. He hasn't been in Warsoul's sacred city for long, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of him. He still had to say some polite words, although Jiangnan knew that basically no one dared to get close to Ling Xiao now. There's no need to take care of him. Your disciple can even kill Senior Zhang Ruofeng and Senior Tai Yu. He's so strong that he doesn't need our help. That's right. If City Lord Jiang is worried, just don't let him participate. Don't worry. There were sarcastic remarks. In short, Ling Xiao was a newcomer, and Ling Xiao dared to do things that they didn't dare to do. So they were jealous and afraid. There was a natural repulsion towards Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao didn't care at all. Jiang Nan couldn't be bothered to explain. Master Jiang Nan, are the Sacred Lord's disciples all here? Ling Xiao was more concerned about the 4 legendary disciples of the Sacred Lord. Only 5 are here. There are still 5 who haven't arrived, including Zhanlong and the 4 legendary disciples. Jiang Nan looked around and said, "Oh." Ling Xiao nodded. Daisy sat alone in the crowd. She looked at Ling Xiao from time to time and was really surprised. After such a thing happened, Ling Xiao could still be so calm. It was really beyond her expectations. Chapter 40:11. They're here. Suddenly, 5 figures flew over from afar. While flying, they looked extremely domineering. What are you pretending for? Who doesn't know how to fly? Ling Xiao curled his lips. These 5 men were weaker than the city lord, but their entrance was even more domineering than the city lord. They were truly worthy of being the Saint Lord's disciples. They really knew how to pretend. Among the 5 men, only Zhanlong was familiar to Ling Xiao. After he arrived, he didn't pay any attention to the city lords. Instead, he took the initiative to greet Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling, we meet again." Zhanlong never liked Zhang Ruofeng. If not for the fact that they were fellow disciples, he would have killed Zhang Ruofeng a long time ago. He knew very well what Zhang Ruofeng had done outside. Ling Xiao had killed Zhang Ruofeng, but not only did he not hate him, he actually admired him. He didn't have the guts to kill Zhang Ruofeng. "That's right, we meet again. Brother Zhanlong, it seems like you've become stronger." Ling Xiao noticed that Zhanlong had broken through to the early 7th Divine Core realm. This was a great breakthrough. I have to thank you for this. If not for watching you fight, I wouldn't have been able to break through. Zhanlong said with a smile. While they were talking, the 4 men on the other side had cold expressions on their faces. They even looked at Zhanlong with disdain. It was as if Zhanlong was chatting with a city lord's disciple. Besides, Ling Xiao was the man who had killed Zhang Ruofeng. These 4 men were different from Zhanlong. They didn't like Ling Xiao at all. They didn't hate him. They just felt ashamed that Ling Xiao had killed their fellow disciple. "Come, let me introduce you to these 4 legendary disciples of the Saint Lord. They are the 4 guys who are the best at pretending." Zhanlong seemed to look down on these so-called legendary disciples. He looked at the 4 men. Pointing at one of them, he said, "That guy over there is the strongest man in Fighting Soul Sacred City. His name is Lu Qingmong." Ling Xiao looked at the man Zhanlong pointed at. This man named Lu Qingmong, he seemed to be in his early 20s. Dressed in a green robe, he stood there like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed. He released his sword chi without concealing it. His sword exuded an aura of light. There was even a halo shining behind his head. This person did not emit any killing intent, but he gave off the feeling that he was the most difficult person to deal with. Like you, Lu Qingmong is good with the sword. His sword was the Sword of Rainbow Radiance. It was personally bestowed to him by the sacred leader. It was also a rare-grade Heavenly Emperor artifact, but it was the best rare-grade Heavenly Emperor artifact. Under the age of 30, no one in Fighting Soul Sacred City was his opponent. Right now, his cultivation had reached the late 7th Divine Core realm. Even the few city lords were also very wary of him. He came from the heavenly sacred land of the 9-star celestial realm. He has the divine light body and is the successor chosen by the sacred lord. Even Diying cannot compare to him. Heaven Holy Land? Ling Xiao had heard of this place before. That was a place as famous as the four major regions, and it nurtured martial artists who revered the light. Logically speaking, a place like this should be respected by everyone. But in fact, when mentioning the heavenly sacred land, those who knew about it would not feel fear in their hearts. That's right, the heavenly sacred land. You have to be careful. In his eyes, you're a heinous devil. That's why he has a reason to kill you. Zhang Long reminded. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded his head. It looked like this mission was not going to be easy. Not only did he have to deal with Diying, but he also had to deal with the four legendary disciples. He also had to fight against the four legendary disciples of the Sacred Lord, especially this person called Lu Qingmong. Also, Lu Qingmong might become the leader of the group of 20. But when you're completing the mission, don't listen to him, or else you'll be killed. Zhang Long said. Ling Xiao nodded his head. If Lu Qingmong was obedient, he wouldn't do anything to him. But if Lu Qingmong treated him as the darkness and expelled him, he would be in deep trouble. He had to kill this guy. So what if he was from the heavenly sacred land? So what if he had the divine light body? Why would he be afraid? Look at those two in the middle. They are husband and wife. Their names are Jade Fall and Yellow Springs. Zhang Long pointed at a man and woman and said, husband and wife dual cultivation, which allowed them to improve their cultivation at a very fast pace. Also, they are very good at combining attacks. Their martial souls were also very similar, and both belong to the Yin evil attribute. If they worked together, even Lu Qingmong wouldn't dare fight them head-on. Normally, to defeat them, one would choose to fight them one by one. Both of them were at the early 7th Divine Core Realm, the same as me. But if they were to fight, they would be much stronger than me. If they fight, I'm no match for them. Ling Xiao looked at Jade Fall and Yellow Springs. The appearance of this man and woman was nothing to be proud of. They were slightly worse than ordinary people. When they went out, they really did look like evil ghosts from Jade Fall and Yellow Springs. And that creepy guy at the end, his name is Ghostly. Ghostly was wearing a black robe, and his face couldn't even be seen clearly. This person's presence was extremely insignificant. If he wanted to, no one would be able to sense his existence. Ghostly's cultivation is only at the peak 6th Divine Core Realm, but this guy is just as scary. The martial skill he cultivates can make his aura completely disappear. He can kill people without them noticing. Zhang Long explained. Ling Xiao looked at Ghostly. The feeling this guy gave him was similar to when he transformed into his shadow warrior form. If these four men worked together to fight him, he would have to be careful. But being careful was one thing. These four men were not strong enough to make him feel scared. You're Ling Xiao? While Jiang Chan was thinking, Bai Luo spoke. His cold voice completely ignored Jiang Nan's existence. Instead, he asked Ling Xiao directly. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Bai Luo. He was still chatting with Zhang Long about some private matters. The Saint Lord wasn't here yet. Bastard, how dare you ignore me? Bai Luo's expression was ugly. He thought he was one of the four legendary disciples of the Saint Lord. Apart from Lu Qingmong, he was the strongest amongst them. But now, Ling Xiao actually didn't give him any face. You're the bastard. Your senior sister, City Lord Jiang, is here. Don't you know how to greet her? Ling Xiao raised his eyelids and sneered. Bai Luo froze for a moment. Then he saw Jiang Nan's cold gaze. Junior brother Bai Luo, I think you're getting worse and worse. Do you think you can ignore your senior sister just because you have a little talent? Jiang Nan was also unhappy. Ling Xiao was her disciple. How dare he reprimand Ling Xiao in front of her? Wasn't that not giving her face? Senior sister Jiang Nan. The corner of Bai Luo's mouth twitched. He bowed helplessly and said, I guess this must be the disciple you're most proud of, Ling Xiao? That's right. It's him. What are you going to do? Jiang Nan said coldly. Senior sister Jiang Nan, do you mind if I spar with him? Bai Luo smiled. I can, but I'm afraid you'll die under his sword like Zhang Ruofeng. I can't explain it to the Saint Lord. After all, the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities is the key. Chapter 40:12. Jiang Nan was very confident in Ling Xiao. Since he could kill Hua Feihua, Bai Luo was naturally not a problem. Senior sister Jiang Nan, aren't you exaggerating a little too much? Bai Luo frowned and looked at Ling Xiao. Junior brother, do you dare to fight with senior brother? You don't have to be in a hurry to court death. There will be a time when you die. Ling Xiao did not give Bai Luo any face and said indifferently, it's just as Master Jiangnan said. Right now, I only have the ranking battle in my heart. I'm not interested in a buzzing fly like you. How dare you humiliate my husband? Wang Quan was unhappy. How could she tolerate her husband being scolded like a fly by someone else? Hee, so flies also have a male and a female. You two are a perfect match. Ling Xiao laughed. You're courting death. No matter how cultured a person was, they could not tolerate being mocked by Ling Xiao like this. Bai Luo waved his hand and was about to attack and kill Ling Xiao on the spot. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. It scared Bai Luo so much that he hurriedly retracted his aura and retreated to the side. He looked at Ling Xiao fiercely and said, You brat, remember this? You've escaped a calamity today. However, I hope you don't meet with an accident and die outside this time. You two flies better take care of yourselves first. Don't get slapped to death by others. Ling Xiao knew that the Battle Soul Sacred City's Holy Lord had arrived. Only his appearance would scare Bai Luo and Huang Quan so much that they did not dare to speak. As for the other party's threat to him, he did not take it seriously at all. He had always grown up being chased and intercepted by others. How could others not be jealous of a mortal like you who grew up so quickly? How could they not think of ways to kill you? However, was he afraid? Those who wanted to kill him would often suffer the consequences of their own actions. His sword was not given to him for nothing. With his strength, he was not someone that anyone could bully. He had once killed Gu Fenghua, Qing Mashue, and Whitewater Wolf. Now, he had a way to kill Lu Qingmong, Bai Luo, Huang Quan, and ghostly welcome, Holy Lord. At this moment, Ling Xiao heard the voices of the crowd. He cupped his hands slightly as a courtesy. Then, he looked up at the sky. The Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. He was a very refined person. He was dressed in loose white clothes. A long sword hung from his waist. Her hair was loose. However, it exuded a domineering aura that made people not dare to look up at it. Strong. Truly powerful. Di Tuatyin. Was this the enemy of Jin Chun and Chu Ling? Di Tuatyin landed on the ground with a faint smile on his face. He seemed to be an easy person to get along with, but for Ling Xiao, who had seen the world, he didn't think much of him. This kind of smiling tiger was actually the most troublesome person. Di Tuatyin looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. You must be that Ling Xiao. Very good. Very good. Very good. He said good 3 times in a row, but no one knew what he meant. Then, he no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, he said to everyone, We've received the mission this time. The mission will officially start at noon tomorrow. What kind of mission is it? Diying couldn't help but ask, although all the missions were of the same difficulty. But, during the completion of the mission, there would be all kinds of unexpected events. These unexpected events would become the key to scoring points. There would be extra points. The gap between the disciples was caused by these unexpected events, and these unexpected events would require the disciples to trigger them. The advantage of this design was that those who could trigger these unexpected events were usually those with great talent. The Golden City's test was very interesting. It was also very scientific. Di Tuatyin gently flicked his hair, then he said with a smile, No matter what mission it is, it's all the same. There's no difference in difficulty. Those who have participated in the ranking tournament know this. The key to scoring points is the ability to trigger the unexpected events. Also, the ability to solve the unexpected events. If you only know how to trigger them and can't solve them, then you'll be dead. No one said anything, they just quietly listened to Di Tuatyin's explanation. Now that you understand this, I'll tell you what the mission is. Overall, the mission is very simple, but it's not easy. Most of the 20 of you are only at the 5th level of the Divine Core Realm. Only 4 of you are at the 7th level of the Divine Core Realm. 7 of you are at the 6th level of the Divine Core Realm. The rest of you are at the 5th level of the Divine Core Realm. Oh, There's even a 4th level Divine Core Warrior. But the enemy we're going to face is much stronger than all of you. What kind of enemy is this? Why is it so terrifying? Bai Luo furrowed her brows and asked. The mission is to eliminate them. The enemy is the Great River Bandits located in the Northern Wind Strong Country. The Great River Bandits are a group of terrifying bandits, and they have been causing havoc in the Northern Wind Strong Country for years. About 100 years ago, the Northern Wind Strong Country killed the Great River Bandits leader and wiped out most of the bandits. But there were always a few who escaped. Now, they have become a force once again. They have even killed the kings of a few big countries. I have to remind you, the Great River Bandits' new leader's strength is unknown, but he has once killed a perfect 7th Divine Core Warrior. According to the information provided by the Northern Wind Strong Country, wherever they go, the Great River Bandits will burn, kill, rob, and commit all kinds of crimes. Therefore, you don't have to feel guilty about killing them. What you have to pay attention to is how ruthless they are. He can actually kill a perfect 7th Divine Core Warrior. That means this Great River Bandits leader is at least a warrior at the same level as him. Or, he might be even more terrifying. Lu Qingmeng furrowed her brows. That's right. This Great River Bandits leader isn't the only powerful warrior. There are a total of 6 leaders in the Great River Bandits. The leader is just one of them. The other 5 are all 7th Divine Core Warriors, and they are all at the late 7th Divine Core realm. That's not all. Among the Great River Bandits, there are 20 mid-7th Divine Core Warriors. There are 40 early 7th Divine Core Warriors, and 40 early 7th Divine Core Warriors. As for those below the 6th Divine Core realm, they are just small leaders and ordinary bandits. There are more than 1,000 of them. With such strength, they are much stronger than the 20 of you. As the leader, Dean can't do anything, so we can only rely on you guys. That's why I have to remind you again. Unity. Only by working together and giving full play to each of your strengths can we possibly complete this mission. Of course, even if you can't complete the mission in the end, you will still be graded based on your performance. But to the Fighting Soul Sacred City, that will be a great humiliation. The Fighting Soul Sacred City has a history of over 1,000 years, but no one has ever completed a mission. This is a great humiliation. I believe that the geniuses of your generation will bring glory to the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Although Di Tuatian's words were very convincing, the disciples' fighting spirit wasn't as high as before. The enemy was too strong, and the possibility of completing the mission was close to zero. Who would still be interested in the mission? Don't panic. I'll deal with the Great River Bandits leader. Lu Qingmeng suddenly said with a cold voice, I'm going to use this sword of light to kill that evil devil. Chapter 40:13. To protect the light? To protect the glory of the Fighting Soul Sacred City? Lu Qingmeng was really good at acting tough. As for whether or not she could fulfill her promise, he would have to wait and see. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about what these people were saying. He had analyzed a few important points from Di Tuatian's words. Firstly, the overall mission could be skipped. Secondly, they had to try their best to avoid any accidents that might occur during the mission. Thirdly, take the bandit suppression mission as an example. The more people you killed, the higher your points would be. This was the key to this mission. If that was the case, there was no need to talk about unity. When the time came, these people would definitely fight for the points with all their might. The only way to unite them was to let one of them get all the points, and the others would just be helpers. Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of helping others. If someone really asked him to help Lu Qingmeng get first place, he would definitely reject it. What a joke. The reason he joined the ranking battle was to get a good ranking. He wasn't here to be someone's study partner. Don't be discouraged. The rewards this time are much better than what you can imagine. 6th level Emperor Realm martial skills are just the foundation. There might even be 7th or 8th level Emperor Realm martial skills as rewards. As for the pills, there's no need to mention them. You should know that I, the Saint Lord, am a late 8th Divine Core Warrior, and I only know one 8th level Emperor Realm martial skill. If you can get an 8th level Emperor Realm martial skill, you will definitely soar to the heavens. In the future, you might even surpass me. Therefore, although this mission is difficult, As long as you are willing to work hard, the rewards will be better than what you can imagine. Hearing what Di Tuatyin said, the crowd gradually became excited again. Some of them even started shouting excitedly. It looked like the temptation of martial skills and pills was really great for them. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was as calm as usual. He wasn't happy about the rewards, nor was he sad about it. Since the rewards were great, it meant the mission was difficult. He wondered how many of these 20 people would come back. He couldn't help but think about what had happened in the Shuiyu country. During that trip to the secret realm, not many people came back alive. Oh right, apart from the rewards, don't forget about the Great River Bandits' wealth. The Great River Bandits had been running rampant in the Northern Wind Kingdom for so many years. They had burned, killed, looted, and accumulated a lot of good things. If anyone could get the 3 drops of Beast God's blood from the Great River Bandits, they would be able to get it. Therefore, I taught him my 8th rank divine core martial skill. Furthermore, I will give you all that I have learned in my life. Hearing this, Ling Xiao, who was originally calm, could no longer remain calm. The Beast God's blood was what he wanted the most. Previously in the secret realm, he had only obtained a single drop. Who would have thought that there would be news of the Beast God's blood? Furthermore, it was actually 3 drops. He thought of the map on the sheepskin scroll and suddenly realized the location of the Beast God's blood. Wasn't that Beifeng strong country? Could there be a connection between the two? No matter what, he had to get it. If he wanted to practice the 12 Divine Beast technique, he would need at least 3 drops of Beast God's blood. Therefore, he would never let anyone have the Beast God's blood. One had to know that the real 12 Divine Beasts technique was a martial skill that surpassed the peak of the 9th Order Monarch realm. It might even be the pinnacle martial skill in the Black Tortoise continent. Even if he could cultivate even one move, it would already be extremely terrifying. Once he started cultivating it, it would definitely become one of his trump cards. No matter if it was Di Ying or the Saint Lord's disciples, if anyone dared to stand in his way, Ling Xiao would never show them any mercy. Even if he had to kill all of them, he had to achieve his goal. Alright, that's all for today. Tomorrow, we will officially depart for the Northern Wind Kingdom. Although we still don't know where the Great River Bandits' base is. But the Northern Wind Kingdom has already found out where they are gathering. The mission will last for a month. I think that should be enough. After saying that, Di Tuatyin prepared to leave. Di Ying couldn't help but ask, Saint Lord, who is the angel that will be sent to our Fighting Soul Sacred City? Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. I think you've all heard of this angel. She is known as the Azure Lotus Swordswoman, and she was once connected to our Fighting Soul Sacred City. With her here, I'm sure she won't cause any trouble. Di Tuatyin answered, No way, it's her. She's so strong. How could she be an angel? Logically speaking, the angels sent by the Golden City should only have the strength of a city lord, right? Di Ying didn't understand. Don't say you don't understand. I don't understand either. This Azure Lotus is stronger than me. She's probably already an extreme core realm expert. But you don't have to worry. She's a very fair person. As long as you don't violate the rules of this ranking battle, you'll be fine. After saying that, Di Tuatyin glanced at Ling Xiao. He had long heard that Ling Xiao was recommended by the Azure Lotus Swordswoman. This time, the Azure Lotus Swordswoman took the initiative to be an angel. He felt that it had something to do with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, time was tight, and he couldn't investigate it clearly. He could only wait until the ranking battle was over. Di Ying's expression didn't look good. He didn't want to make things difficult for Ling Xiao during the mission, but once the Azure Lotus Swordswoman came, he wouldn't be able to do it. If he forcefully dealt with Ling Xiao, he might even lose his life. Compared to Di Ying, Ling Xiao was very happy. The Azure Lotus Swordswoman was his benefactor. Although he didn't know why she was so good to him, he had a feeling. She didn't have any ill intentions. Since that was the case, he didn't need to think too much. He just needed to accept the Azure Lotus Swordswoman's good intentions. Alright, that's it. Are there any other questions? Di Tuatyin asked. Everyone shook their heads. Di Tuatyin looked at Lu Qingmong and said, Qingmong, Bai Luo, Huang Quan, Gue Li, the 4 of you, follow me. There were a total of 10 people participating in the ranking battle under his name, but he only called 4 of them. Clearly, He only thought highly of these 4 people. The other 6 were nothing to him. This ranking battle will be led by Qingmong. No matter what happens, I want the 3 of you to do your best to help her. If necessary, it's fine to sacrifice others. As long as the 4 of you come back safely, it's fine. Just as they arrived at the sacred leader palace, Di Tuatyin said to his 4 disciples, "Understood." Actually, they had already thought of Di Tuatyin's orders. After all, the ranking battle didn't look at the total score, but the score of the strongest person. As long as Lu Qingmong entered the top 500, the status of Fighting Soul Sacred City would also rise. They believed that the other sacred cities would do the same. They would choose one or a few of them to nurture. Let them get more points. In the past, the ranking battles were done this way. It wasn't against the rules. The angels accompanying the teams wouldn't interfere either. "Master, that Ling Xiao, can we kill him?" Chapter 40:14. Whatever. Anyway, it's normal to die in the ranking battle. This kid is really too much. Knees. Does he think that because he was recommended by Qinglian, I won't dare to touch him? What a joke. Since he dared to kill my disciple, he deserves to die. Di Tuatyin had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tacitly agreed to let Hua Feihua and the punishment hall deal with Ling Xiao. But he didn't expect that idiot Hua Feihua to fail. "Understood, Master. As long as it doesn't affect the mission, we will think of a way to kill Ling Xiao so that he won't turn Fighting Soul Sacred City upside down." With Di Tuatyin's permission, the 4 of them were finally relieved. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this conversation, but he could guess. There must be someone who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. What he needed to do now was to study the information on the Great River Bandits. He had never heard of the Great River Bandits before, but the North Wind Strong Country had studied and investigated them for many years. The information had already been sent to the 3,000 Sacred City. Ling Xiao only needed to go to the database, and he would be able to access it at will. The information he knew about the Great River Bandits was not very detailed. In addition to what Di Tuatyin said before, the key was that no one knew where the Great River Bandits' stronghold was. The Great River Bandits were not as strong as the North Wind Strong Country, but they were more terrifying than any other strong country, and their whereabouts were mysterious. It seemed that every time the North Wind Strong Country made a move, the Great River Bandits would be notified in advance and then escape. This made Ling Xiao suspect that there were spies from the Great River Bandits within the North Wind Strong Country, and their status was not low. This was also why the North Wind Strong Country reported the matter of eliminating the Great River Bandits to the Golden Heavenly Country. Would this matter become an unforeseen event? Ling Xiao frowned. No mission could be completed smoothly. There would always be some accidents. This was the so-called man proposes but God disposes. Plans could not be as fast as changes. But this time, the changes meant that he could get more points. Soon, it was the second day. Everyone once again appeared outside the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Di Tuatyin gave his final instructions. For the glory of War Soul Sacred City. This time, I've decided to choose Qingmang as my main support target. If conditions permit, you should try your best to help him gain points. Furthermore, City Lord Di Ying was the leader. His orders had to be obeyed. Lu Qingmong will be your captain, and you cannot disobey his orders in battle. All of this was for the sake of Fighting Soul Sacred City. If anyone dares to disobey the order, Qingmang can kill them on the spot. Even if he is not killed, he will be judged and punished when he returns to Fighting Soul Sacred City. Yes, except for Ling Xiao, everyone else felt that there was no problem with this. They felt that Lu Qingmong was the strongest among them, so it was normal for them to focus on supporting her. However, Ling Xiao treated Di Tuatyin's words as a fart. No one was so protective of their disciple. He didn't want to violate the rules of Fighting Soul Sacred City, but Di Tuatyin had gone too far. He wasn't a fool. He would listen to anything. Let's go. Lord Angel may appear at any time. Perhaps she is already secretly monitoring us. Di Tuatyin waved his hand. Di Ying nodded and led the 20 people to set off. Lu Qingmong followed closely behind. She had the air of a captain. Then, it was the disciples of the Sacred Master and Di Ying. After that, it was the rest of the disciples. Ling Xiao followed at the back. He walked together with Zhanlong. Zhanlong liked Ling Xiao's personality and couldn't fit in with the small group of Sacred Master's disciples. Except for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Diying took out a talisman. The talisman's spiritual energy was terrifying. It felt much stronger than the talismans Ling Xiao had. This is a teleportation talisman with fixed coordinates. The teleportation array can only be used once and can accommodate a maximum of 100 people. Be careful when the time comes. This teleportation array isn't as stable as a fixed one. After entering the teleportation space, you must think of a way to protect your body. Don't get sucked in by the spatial turbulence. At this moment, Diying really had the air of a leader. Golden City, where the hell are you? Ling Xiao looked around. He couldn't see any trace of Golden City. Even in Fighting Soul Sacred City, he hadn't heard of Golden City. But he believed that that place was the pinnacle of the 4 great territories. As long as he could become a top warrior in Golden City, then he would definitely become a top warrior in the 4 great territories. This mission was just a small step. As long as he could complete it, it would be a big step. Northern Wind Strong Country is the coldest place in the entire Golden Sky region. It's somewhat similar to the Western Kingdom Shuiyu country, but there isn't much snow, and the wind is bone-chilling all year round. The wind is like a knife on the face. It's this strange environment that breeds the Great River Bandits. I don't care how you complete the mission, but remember, if anyone tarnishes the glory of Fighting Soul Sacred City, if anyone tarnishes the glory of Golden City, don't blame me for being impolite. Saying this, Diying opened a teleportation gate. From the teleportation gate, one could see the scene of the raging wind on the other side. It really wasn't a place for people to live. It was no wonder that Northern Wind Strong Country had the smallest population among the 4 great territories. But the strength of the warriors wasn't weak. In this kind of environment, it was still very tempering. After passing through here, we will arrive about 100 kilometers away from the temporary stronghold of the Great River Bandits. It's a remote place. Generally, there won't be any danger. But recently, warriors from the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory would appear in Northern Wind Strong Country from time to time. Then we have to be very careful. The Heavenly Demon Ghost territory is one of the 9-star heavenly realms. It's very powerful and is not inferior to our Golden Sky region at all. Because the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory has repeatedly invaded our Golden Sky region, Golden City has sent a team to the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory to investigate. The leader is the Golden Scripture Princess, but until now, there hasn't been any news. Instead, there are frequent sightings of Heavenly Demon Ghost territory warriors plundering Northern Wind Strong Country. After all, the exit of the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory is there. Golden Scripture? Hearing this name, Ling Xiao instantly thought of the girl he had met before. That girl who had mastered many secret techniques. Later, she was taken away by Golden Sky region's expert Huang Jin Roofing. The Divine Scripture was one of his earliest friends. Their relationship was even better than his relationship with his sister Ling Jiaojiao. One of the reasons he came to Golden Sky region was to see how the Divine Scripture was doing. Hearing Diying's words, he was a little worried. The Divine Scripture actually went to the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory, and there was no news of her. Could something have happened? Ling Xiao, especially you. Suddenly, Diying pointed out his name and said, "You like to cause trouble the most." Chapter 40:15. Hearing Diying's words, Ling Xiao completely ignored him. At this time, he was still thinking about the Golden God Codex. His sister, Ling Jiaojiao, had followed the Golden God Codex and Huang Jin Roofing to the Golden Sky region. He wondered how she was doing now. Could it be that she had followed the Divine Codex to the Sky Fiend Ghost region? As a sister, Ling Jiaojiao was still qualified. She had protected Ling Xiao quite a bit in this life. Ling Xiao was very grateful to her and had deep feelings for her. If the Sky Fiend Ghost region dares to hurt the Divine Codex or my sister, I can't kill them. Ling Xiao snorted. He didn't care about the Sky Fiend Ghost region. If they dared to provoke him, he would fight back. Could it be that he was like a son of a bitch who didn't dare to do anything when others were bullying him? Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't say anything, Diying thought that Ling Xiao had learned his lesson. He didn't say anything else. This was Fighting Soul's sacred city, and it was very likely that Green Lotus Swordswoman was secretly supervising. He definitely didn't dare to make a move easily. If he wanted to make a move, he had to confirm Green Lotus Swordswoman's location first. Let's go. Ding lifted his foot and was the first to walk into the portal. Portals and teleportation arrays had almost become standard in the 4 major regions. Because the 4 major regions were really too big, it wasn't impossible to travel by flying, but it was too time-consuming. For martial artists, time was cultivation. It was very precious, and no one was willing to waste it easily. Everyone stepped into the teleportation gate and immediately felt a terrifying tearing force. Except for Ling Xiao, everyone else had to use their vital essence to resist. And Ling Xiao could guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems just by relying on the strength of his physical body. Everything went black. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the exit on the other side. This place was indeed remote. It was simply desolate and uninhabited. However, there was a city located 200 kilometers away. That was the temporary stronghold of the Great River Bandits. It was also a city that they had recently occupied. These guys were very crafty. This city was easy to defend and hard to attack, and a large number of array mechanisms were set up. If they didn't have spies sneaking into the city, they wouldn't have been able to take it. It would not be so easy for others to take back more cities. The weather here is really bad. Although there's no rain or snow, the cold wind keeps blowing. I'm afraid it's hard for ordinary people to survive. Ling Xiao looked around. The cold wind was like a knife cutting everyone's body. Everyone else chose to circulate their true essence to protect their bodies, fearing that the cold wind would hurt their skin. Ling Xiao still didn't do anything. The Black Tortoise physique was equivalent to a peak 7th Order Emperor Realm physique. Ding would have to use all of his true essence to reach this level of defense. Let's split into 2 groups. Qingmeng, you will lead the disciples of the Sacred Leader Palace. Let's go with the rest of us. Just as they were about to set off, Ding started assigning tasks. There were exactly 10 disciples in the Sacred Leader Palace. There were also 10 people left. There was no problem in splitting into 2 teams. Alright, this was exactly what Lu Qingmeng wanted. Although he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, at this stage, the mission was more important. It wouldn't be too late to make a move when the last quest was almost over. Ling Xiao could be used as cannon fodder at a critical moment. The 2 teams then split up. However, Zhan Long didn't leave. He didn't want to move with someone like Lu Qingmeng. Instead, he wanted to move with Ling Xiao. Lu Qingmeng couldn't be bothered with him. The 9 of them left. The remaining 11 people headed toward the city under Di Ying's lead. There are only 20 people. Our forces are already spread out, and we still have to split up? I really don't know what Di Ying is thinking. Ling Xiao didn't care, but according to common sense, splitting up was a very unwise thing to do. Sure, don't say anymore. He's the leader. We can't control what he wants to do. Anyway, when the mission officially begins, he won't be able to participate. When the time comes, it'll be up to us. Zhan Long lowered his voice. Ling Xiao nodded. Among these people, only Zhan Long was on his side. Perhaps Daisy would believe him. However, most people didn't have a good impression of him. But he didn't care. He would never force others to accept him. If they didn't like him, then so be it. Just like that, Di Ying and the other 9 disciples walked in front. They were talking and laughing, as if they were here for a vacation. Ling Xiao and Zhan Long were lagging far behind. If they stayed with these idiots, they would sooner or later be tricked. Of course, those idiots didn't take him seriously. They all thought he was a newbie, and his strength was weak. He had just joined the Fighting Soul Sacred City a few days ago, and he was already qualified to participate in the ranking battle, and his cultivation was only at the peak 4th Divine Core realm. He was just a burden, a guy who would drag them down. As for killing Zhang Ruofeng and Taiyu, they didn't see it with their own eyes, so they didn't believe it. They thought the rumor was fake. Among the 9 disciples following Di Ying, 5 of them were at the peak 5th Divine Core realm. The other 3 were at the peak 6th Divine Core realm. Only one of them had broken through to the early 7th Divine Core realm when they were passing through the portal. She was a girl of few words. She was wearing a red dress, and she had a cold expression on her face. Although she was walking in front, She would occasionally turn around and look at Ling Xiao and Zhanlong. Perhaps even she thought these chatty guys weren't reliable. As for the 3-peak 6 divine core warriors, they were also 3 girls. It had to be said that in this group, if Ling Xiao and Zhanlong weren't included, there were more females than males in this group. These 3 girls were obviously very smart. They knew how to show off their charm and how to win the hearts of others. The 5 male warriors were completely infatuated with them. Even if they had to die for them, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. Zhu Xiaohan, why aren't you saying anything? One of the 3 girls suddenly turned around and asked the girl in red. The girl in red didn't respond. Instead, she turned around and left. She walked up to Ling Xiao and Zhanlong. Then she stopped. You're quite curious. None of them like Ling Xiao, but you took the initiative to approach him? Zhanlong looked at Zhu Xiaohan and said with a smile on his face, I think you guys are more reliable. Zhu Xiaohan didn't say much, but she had hit the nail on the head. Following reliable people was always easier to survive. Reliable? But some people think I'm a burden. Ling Xiao let out a mocking laugh. He could kill all 8 of them in just one breath. But, for now, he didn't have such thoughts. After all, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. There was no need for him to kill them. That's because they're stupid, Zhu Xiaohan said. This girl was quite interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. It was rare to have such a smart and strong girl following him. His mood had become much better. 200 kilometers might be a long distance for ordinary people. But, for divine core warriors like them, it was nothing. It would take them at most one day to arrive. Chapter 40:16. It took only one day to arrive, and that was considering the fact that some of them were too slow. If it was just Ling Xiao himself, it would have taken him about an hour to arrive. Who was the real burden here? Half a day had passed. Because they had to circulate their true yuan to protect themselves from the cold, many people began to breathe heavily. They had consumed too much of their true yuan, and their physical strength couldn't hold on any longer. Only Ling Xiao didn't seem to be affected at all. He was coldly and vigilantly checking out his surroundings. He didn't need to consume any true yuan. He only needed to consume his physical strength. Plus, his physical strength was extremely strong. He had only walked for half a day, and the consumption was too little for him. With his physical strength, even if he traveled for 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't be out of breath. This was the benefit of having a strong physical body. Looking at Ling Xiao's calm expression, the 8 warriors in front of him couldn't believe what they were seeing. They were even unhappy about it. Damn it, that Ling Xiao has some kind of magical item on him. Why isn't he out of breath after walking for so long? Doesn't he need to protect himself from the cold? A male disciple said in a displeased manner. Magical item? Perhaps, but I feel that his physical body is still stronger than mine. Along the way, I've observed him a few times, but I didn't see him using any true yuan to protect himself from the cold. That's why he's much more comfortable than us. The one who spoke was a girl. Her name was He Ningdi, and she was a peak 6 divine core warrior. Her eyesight was pretty good as well. At first, she despised Ling Xiao like the others, but now, she had started to admire him. He Ningdi was a gentle and quiet girl, and she was a rational person. Perhaps she was the one who could keep her cool the most amongst the 3 peak 6 divine core warriors. She also had a gentle look. Hee, Ningdi, don't tell me you've fallen in love with that guy? Speaking of which, that guy is not bad-looking. He's manly and handsome. But in my opinion, he's just pretending to be fat, and he's really tired. He's just pretending to be handsome, so that he can seduce our good little sister Zhu Xiaohan. The girl who laughed was slightly older than the others. She looked about 28 years old. She had matured a little. That was why she looked so charming and enchanting. Those men clearly preferred to stay with her because she was charming enough. This woman's name was Imo Bai Lian, and it was rumored that many successful people in Battle Soul Sacred City had an affair with her. Of course, there was no evidence. Billion, it seems like the rumors are true. You really know men. However, in my opinion, that Ling Xiao is not pretending. He's been ignoring us all this time. Even if you're bewitching, it's useless. I'm also cultivating a body refining martial skill, so I can sense that although he is only at the perfect 4th divine core realm, he is still at the perfect 4th divine core realm. However, He should have cultivated a 6th-order Emperor-class body refinement martial skill. The last one to speak was Chen Xiuji. She was obviously the strongest of the 3 girls and was known as the female Vajra. He wasn't that good-looking. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. He was the strongest of the 3. She was also the most straightforward one. She hated Ling Xiao because she felt that Ling Xiao was not qualified to participate in the ranking battle. Since Ling Xiao had displayed his formidable strength, her dislike for him had greatly decreased. TSK. You two were conquered by his manliness so quickly? Useless. Immobile Yin said with disdain. Him? He can't even catch up with my big brother Qingmang. And, actually, Blue Sky Yellow Springs is not bad either. All of them are stronger than Ling Xiao. That's about it. Ding suddenly said, Listen up, you guys have to walk your own path. I've just received a message from the angel, and if I continue to walk with you guys, I'll be breaking the rules. Points will be deducted, and everyone will be deducted. Therefore, I have to leave now. Take care of yourself. This is an extremely difficult mission, and if you don't think you're qualified to complete it, just give up. Your life is more important than the mission. Stay alive, and you can continue to improve. If you die, you'll lose everything. After saying that, Ding quickly disappeared. Ling Xiao threw his gaze in a certain direction. This man should still be nearby, but Sword Lady Qing Lian was nowhere to be seen. Ling Xiao felt that perhaps he was still not strong enough. That was why he couldn't see her. After all, Sword Lady Qing Lian was even stronger than the Sacred Lord of War Soul Sacred City. What do we do? As soon as Ding left, everyone seemed to have lost their backbone, and they panicked. One of the male disciples couldn't help but ask, It's fine. Rest up first, then we'll continue on our way. Our mission this time was extremely secretive, and we shouldn't have been discovered. We'll make a decision after we reach the city. Ningdi was still calm. The disciples of the 3,000 sacred cities weren't spoiled, and they often carried out missions like this. They all had a certain amount of killing experience, although they couldn't compare to Ling Xiao at all. But they weren't bad. Yes, rest well, and we'll be able to fight better. Chen Xiuji nodded. With these two speaking up, the panicked atmosphere gradually calmed down. After all, it wasn't the time to be in danger. The real danger would probably wait until they reached the city. Set off immediately, we can't stay here any longer. Suddenly, Ling Xiao walked over and said, After all, they were on the same journey, so he reminded them. What a joke. Why can't we stay? Nothing much happened just now. Immobilian looked at Ling Xiao and said disdainfully, If you want to leave, then leave. Don't blindly give orders. When did it become your turn to speak here? Billion, let's listen to what he has to say. Ningdi frowned. Along the way, her impression of Ling Xiao had changed a lot. She always felt that Ling Xiao was very calm and cautious. Since he asked them to leave, there must be some trouble. I think so too. Chen Xiuji also said, If you want to listen, then listen. In any case, I'm not leaving. You guys, go over there and get some firewood. I'll have a good night's sleep tonight and set off tomorrow. Immobilian became even more excited. She seemed to feel that Ningdi and Chen Xiuji had been won over by Ling Xiao, which made her very uncomfortable. Those 5 men were also useless. They were actually mesmerized by Immobilian and really want to get firewood. Ding was here just now, so there was no danger. But in fact, from the moment I stepped into Beifeng Nation's territory, I already felt that I was being watched. Ding's departure will cause those people to bare their fangs. That's all, let's go. After saying this, Ling Xiao walked forward. Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan followed. Chen Xiuji and Ningdi hesitated for a while and tried to persuade Immobilian, but in the end, they didn't succeed and could only follow. You two little bitches, if you want to chase, then chase. It just so happens that those 5 can be ordered around by this old lady. Immobilian sneered. Ding. Trigger an unforeseen event. Protect fellow sect members. You can get a maximum of 100 points. Suddenly, a sound came from Ling Xiao's ring. Chapter 4017. This ring was given to everyone by Di Tuatyin before they set off. He said it was a very important ring that was related to the mission, but he didn't expect it to have such an effect. It could actually trigger an unforeseen event and let the martial artist complete it. Everyone had a ring, but Ling Xiao carefully observed that the others didn't hear such a reminder. He should be the only one who triggered the event. Perhaps it was because he found the enemy. Ling Xiao originally planned to leave. Since Mo Bai Lian wanted to die, why should he meddle in other people's business? But it seemed that it was better to stay. He didn't know what 100 points meant, but it was better than nothing. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped. Everyone stay here and hide. After speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. Damn, he actually has this move. It's even better than Ghostly's invisibility. There's no aura at all. Zhan Long was shocked. What is he doing? Zhu Xiaohan asked. Saving people. This brat is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Seeing his fellow disciples in danger, it's impossible for him to not save them. Let's stay here and observe the situation. When it's time to act, we'll act. Zhan Long's words were wrong. Ling Xiao had a sharp tongue but a sharp heart. He didn't have the slightest sympathy for Mo Bai Lian and the 5 male disciples. It was purely for the points. The bonfire was already lit. Mo Bai Lian ate the fresh beast meat under the care of the 5 male disciples. The meat roasted by this beast was very effective for martial artists' chi and stamina recovery. A bunch of idiots. I already said there wouldn't be any danger. This place is at least 100 miles away from the city. The river bandits can't ambush here. Mo Bai Lian sneered in her heart. Those idiots actually believed Ling Xiao's words. Their brains must have gone haywire. Senior sister is right. Let's rest enough and continue on our way. We'll definitely be ahead of them. A male disciple said with a smile. Sigh, if only I was with my male god. I wouldn't have to be so worried. The male god in Mo Bai Lian's heart was naturally Lu Qingmong. It was a pity that she treated Lu Qingmong as her male god, but Lu Qingmong treated her like a fart. It was just the heat of the shaving. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow was shot. It was blocked by something in the darkness, causing it to deviate from its original trajectory and shoot into the bonfire. Sparks flew everywhere. This gave Immobilian and the others a fright. If the arrow had not deviated from its trajectory, it would have definitely shot into her head. Enemy attack. Get ready for battle. Immobilian's reaction was quite fast. Realizing that something was wrong, she hurriedly found a place to hide. The other party had bows and arrows, which was very troublesome. What a bunch of idiots. In the darkness, Ling Xiao gently shook his head. Just now, it was naturally him who had blocked the arrow. Otherwise, that arrow would have definitely taken Immobilian's life. There are 30 enemies in total. 5 perfect 6 divine core warriors, and 10 late 6 divine core warriors. 15 perfect 5th divine core warriors. Good heavens, this lineup is truly perverted. No, there's another early divine core warrior hiding in the dark. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and observed the enemies. Because his ambush had failed and he had been discovered, the other party clearly wasn't willing to continue hiding. He was already rushing towards Immobilian at full speed. Right at this moment, Immobilian and the others finally saw the enemies. However, she only saw 30 men. All of them wore black clothes, and even their heads were wrapped in black cloth. It was very hard to spot them in the dark. Who are you? Immobilian shouted with a stern voice. We're warriors from the Golden Heavenly Nation who are here on a mission. If you're afraid of death, then get the hell out of here. This woman was really useless. The battle hadn't even started, and she had already revealed her true identity. Those few men were even more useless. They were hiding behind Immobilian and trembling. They were indeed jackals of the same tribe. Ha 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 ha, Golden Heavenly Nation. I'm looking for warriors from the Golden Heavenly Nation. One of the men on the opposite side burst into laughter, as if he had found the right target and was feeling proud. You're the Great River Bandits. Immobilian was even more surprised. Little girl, you have good eyes. That's right, we're the Great River Bandits. I thought the Golden Heavenly Nation had sent some strong men here. I didn't expect it to be trash like you. Do you really think you can kill us, the Great River Bandits? You're even weaker than those from the Northern Wind Nation. The man laughed wildly. He didn't put immobilien in his eyes. What should we do? Should we go help? Qin Xiuji nervously asked Zhanlong. Don't act rashly. Even if we all go, we won't be able to stop so many people. Zhanlong shook his head and said, if we really want to make a move, we'll have to catch them off guard. Let's wait first. But how did this news leak out? Could it be that the Golden Heavenly Nation also has enemy spies? The question he was thinking about was also the question Ling Xiao was thinking about. Very few people knew the fixed coordinates of the teleportation array. In the end, they were targeted after just half a day. If it weren't for the existence of spies in the Golden Heavenly Nation, they would have been killed. If the Golden Heavenly Nation didn't have spies, then it must be related to Lu Qingmong and the others. But the answer to this question couldn't be confirmed now. What he needed to do now was to settle the matter in front of him first. He couldn't let anyone be killed. At this time, the Great River Bandits had already begun their attack. Keep that bitch and bring her back for our brothers to enjoy. As for the other 5, they were all killed. But this number doesn't seem right. Didn't they say there were 11 other than Ding? That's 6 less. The murmurs of the Great River Bandits were clearly heard by Ling Xiao. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao was almost certain that Lu Qingmong and his men had betrayed them. If not, how would the Great River Bandits know the exact number of people on their side? Kill. All the Great River Bandits were cruel and merciless men, and each of them had taken a lot of lives. When they rushed over, their killing intent turned into a blood mist. Immobilien and the other men were so scared that they immediately ran away. But could they run away? He had long been surrounded by people. No matter which direction they ran in, it was a dead end. Don't kill me. If you want to play, I'll play along with you. I don't want to die. Immobilien had completely lost her mind. She was a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. The strongest of the other party was only at this level. But she didn't even have the courage to fight and was about to surrender. Ignore that woman. Be careful of her tricks. Kill the other 5 men first, then we'll catch her. The leader of the Great River Bandits ordered. Understood. Perhaps there was no other way out. The 5 male disciples had already begun their fight. Being on the verge of death made them realize how precious life was. Even if they couldn't win, they would still fight to the death. But if they weren't strong enough, they weren't strong enough. In an instant, the 5 of them were covered in wounds, and they were forced into a small area. As for Immobilien, she didn't even have the courage to fight. She just sat there, waiting for the fight to end. Chapter 40:18. The reason why Immobilien didn't dare attack was because she didn't want to offend those Great River Bandits and kill her. Kill. Right at this moment, Zhanlong and the other men charged out. They had been waiting for Ling Xiao to attack, but until now, Ling Xiao still hadn't shown up. They couldn't wait any longer, so they took the lead and charged out. These people could be considered as loyal and affectionate. They could have run away, but now they came out to save them. Their sudden appearance caused the Great River Bandits to suffer a great loss. A few men were killed in an instant. It took them a long time to recover. But with Zhanlong and Zhu Xiaohan, 2 early 7th Divine Core warriors, joining the battle, the Great River Bandits couldn't escape. The Great River Bandits couldn't take advantage of the situation anymore. This is great. We don't have to die. The 5 male disciples who were covered in wounds felt extremely lucky. Don't relax. The battle isn't over yet. We're outnumbered, and our overall strength isn't strong enough. Zhanlong reminded. The perfect 6th Divine Core warriors were able to fight Zhu Xiaohan, who had just broken through to the 7th Divine Core realm, to a draw. 3 perfect 6th Divine Core warriors were able to surround Zhanlong. This was the benefit of the slaughter experience points. Every single Great River Bandits had climbed out from a pile of dead bodies. This was not something Zhu Xiaohan and Zhanlong could compare with. Zhanlong was stronger, but Zhu Xiaohan wasn't as strong. Qin Xiuji and He Ningdi were even weaker. The 2 of them had to work together to fight a perfect 6th Divine Core warrior. But they were still at a disadvantage. As time passed by, Zhanlong was injured as well. Although he had killed a perfect 6th Divine Core warrior with all his strength, he was still injured. One of his arms was chopped off as well. Qin Xiuji, Zhu Xiaohan, and he Ningdi were all injured. Because of their injuries, the few pretty girls were screaming. This had aroused the ferocious nature of the great river bandits, causing them to become even more excited. They kept screaming. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before this group of men were all killed. Immobilian, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack. Seeing Immobilian still sitting there, Qin Shioji anxiously shouted. Attack what? This is a battle that we will definitely lose. If we provoke the great river bandits, none of us will be able to survive. I can sell my body, but I absolutely cannot die. Immobilian wasn't grateful that these people came to save her. Instead, she had a complacent look on her face. It was as if what he had done was glorious. Where's Ling Xiao? Seeing Immobilian not make a move, he Ningdi couldn't help asking. I don't know. Zhanlong was also puzzled. Ling Xiao should have arrived a long time ago. Could it be that he had been watching the show from the sidelines? In fact, he was right. Ling Xiao was watching from the side. As long as no one died, it was only right to teach these people a lesson. Only then would they be grateful to him and listen to him. He wouldn't cause trouble for himself. It's about time. Let's teach them a lesson so that they'll learn their lesson. Ling Xiao felt that it was time for him to make a move. If he didn't make a move now, someone would really die. Go to hell. We don't need men. A great river bandit rushed towards Zhanlong, who had already lost an arm, and wanted to kill him directly. At this moment, Zhanlong was being besieged and could not resist at all. They could only close their eyes and wait for death. However, in the next moment, he heard a miserable scream. The moment he opened his eyes, the great river bandit that rushed towards him had already lost his head, and Ling Xiao was standing in front of him. Eat this. It's been hard on you, brother Zhanlong. Among these people, the only one he felt guilty about was Zhanlong. Zhanlong was good to him, so he gave him a healing pill. Okay. Zhanlong didn't hesitate and swallowed the healing pill. His severed arm was reattached, and a moment later, it was healed. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already entered the three-headed hellhound beast soul transformation state. Moreover, he released Scorching Hell. Scorching Hell, he could take the initiative to attack the enemy and protect his own people. In the hell, fire snakes spewed out. Fire dragons circled. Fire elements constantly drilled out from the ground and attacked every enemy. This scene caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. Especially Immobilian and the others who looked down on Ling Xiao, their eyes were wide open. Was this Ling Xiao's strength? This was too frightening. With just a single strike, he had completely changed the situation. If you have such ability, why didn't you do it earlier? Immobilian said unhappily. You better shut up, or else I'll kill you. Ling Xiao gazed at Immobilian coldly. If it wasn't for the points, he wouldn't have helped her. Immobilian was startled, and she quickly shut her mouth. Ling Xiao's gaze was like a ferocious beast, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Right at this moment, all the river bandits realized how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even the early 7th Divine Core warrior who was hiding in the dark came out. He immediately charged towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't even look at him. He simply threw out a punch. Violent magma surged. The warrior was sent flying dozens of meters away. What? This scene shocked everyone even more. How did he do that? Qin Shioji asked in surprise. You're asking me, how would I know? Ningdi smiled bitterly. She thought she had overestimated Ling Xiao, but now, she realized that she had underestimated him. In fact, she had underestimated him. The strength Ling Xiao had just displayed was too frightening. An early 7th Divine Core warrior had been sent flying by a single punch, and it was obvious that the warrior was severely injured. Don't worry about the others, attack together, kill this guy. The early 7th Divine Core warrior struggled to stand up, then he shouted out with a stern voice. This single strike had made him realize how frightening Ling Xiao was. If they couldn't kill Ling Xiao, not only would their sneak attack fail, but they would also lose their lives. Even their little lives would be lost. Understood. Everyone gave up on their opponents and surrounded Ling Xiao. Zhanlong wanted to help, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. No need, just focus on healing your injuries. The same goes for all of you. Just watch. A bunch of trash. You think I'm a burden. Now, I'll show you who's the real burden. Bang. Slap. Ling Xiao didn't use a sword. He just fought with his bare hands. Both of his arms turned into the claws of a Cerberus. Every single punch and claw could kill an enemy. He didn't even try to dodge. He just walked towards the early 7th Divine Core pirate. Obviously, he wanted to kill the pirate. So strong. Qin Xiuji murmured to herself. That's right. I think only the 4 legendary disciples of the Saint Lord can compare with him, Ningdi said. Zhanlong was surprised as well. I thought he was strong enough to kill Deacon Bai, who is a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. Who would have thought that an early 7th Divine Core warrior wouldn't even be taken seriously by him? This guy, how strong is he? Aside from Zhanlong, all the others felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had just been slapped in the face. Monster! What a monster! All the pirates were scared. Their swords and blades hit Ling Xiao's body, and their attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body, but none of them had any effect. Chapter 40:19. Are all the Great River Bandits trash? Ling Xiao threw back the words the Great River Bandits used to humiliate the Golden Heavenly Nation. But the Great River Bandits couldn't refute it. There were dozens of them attacking Ling Xiao from all sides, but they couldn't even hurt him. This was a little too unacceptable. Don't panic. We, the Great River Bandits, are invincible. Don't forget about our Great River Spirit. Everyone, transfer your energy to me. If you have the ability, don't hide. The early 7th Divine Core warrior stood up. He unleashed his martial soul. Great River Spirit, it seemed to be the standard martial soul of every Great River Bandits. Ling Xiao even suspected that the Great River Bandits were the descendants of a certain race. If not, how could they have such a unified martial soul? There were 16 Great River Bandits left. All of them unleashed their martial souls. 16 Great River merged into one Great River. At this moment, the Great River became extremely turbulent. The frightening energy even blocked the wild winds in the surroundings. Come, become stronger. If not, how can your attacks help me improve? Ling Xiao stood there and laughed out loud. Right at this moment, he finally took out the Blood Sovereign Sword. The blood-red longsword was emitting a violent aura. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that had escaped from its cage. Faint ferocious roars could be heard echoing in the air. All the Great River Bandits were so scared that they couldn't help but tremble. Ling Xiao's aura was too frightening. Was he really an 18-year-old young man? Was he even more frightening than them, who were murderers? Don't be afraid. If you're afraid, you'll die. Hurry up, transfer all your energy to me. Success or failure depends on this. The early 7th Divine Core warrior felt this was a great opportunity. Ling Xiao didn't choose to interrupt them. What an idiot. How could Ling Xiao possibly block their attacks if they were to gather all of their strength? Yes. At this moment, all the Great River Bandits were crazily transferring their energy to the 7th Divine Core warrior. At the same time, the warrior was preparing his most powerful martial skill, a 7th Order Emperor martial skill. This move had caused many people to die at his hands. The might of this move could even reach the level of a 7th Order Emperor level martial skill if it gathered the strength of 17 people. He didn't believe that he could lose. Although after using this move, he might be seriously injured. But as long as he didn't die, it would be considered a victory. After all, what happened today was too unexpected. Who would have thought that they would meet a weirdo like Ling Xiao? Brother Ling, can you do it? Zhanlong was a little worried. Among these people, he had the best relationship with Ling Xiao, so he was naturally the most worried. No problem, Ling Xiao said indifferently. You have to be careful. Qin Xiuji couldn't help but ask. At this moment, her pretty face was as red as an apple, mainly because it was too embarrassing. They had previously mocked Ling Xiao and thought that Ling Xiao was a burden. But now, the truth was right in front of him. The burden was not Ling Xiao, but them. Zhu Xiaohan and he Ningdi were worried as well. Only Immobilian couldn't help but say, since he likes to act tough, let him act tough. What does his death have to do with us? Slap. Right after she finished speaking, she was slapped on the face. It was Zhu Xiaohan who slapped her. How dare you slap me? Immobilian was startled. You slapped me because of that trash? So what if I slapped you? If you keep talking nonsense, so what if I kill you? Zhu Xiaohan said coldly. You keep calling him trash, and who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? You're just a piece of rat shit. Immobilian looked at Zhu Xiaohan's cold eyes and opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't dare to say anything. Zhu Xiaohan was an early 7th Order Divine Core warrior. She couldn't afford to offend her. Just you wait. Once I find Qing Mang, I'll definitely kill you all. Immobilian viciously thought in her mind. Right at this moment, a frightening force erupted. Everyone turned to look at the scene in shock. The leader of the Great River Bandits had finally unleashed his attack. Like a raging river, he charged toward Ling Xiao. A huge gully was formed in the surrounding soil. All the plants were buried and shattered. Everyone held their breaths as they nervously watched the scene unfold. Right at this moment, even Immobilian didn't want Ling Xiao to die. Although she hated Ling Xiao and despised Ling Xiao, once Ling Xiao died, she knew what her fate would be. As for the others, they didn't even need to think about it. They had placed all their bets on Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao died, they would die as well. He might even suffer humiliation that he had never experienced before. Zhan Long became anxious. He wanted to go over and help. But the frightening force made it impossible for him to go over. Even though they were dozens of meters away, they could still feel the frightening pressure. They were extremely nervous. But Ling Xiao's expression was calm. Compared to the ambush in the Valley of War Souls, this was nothing. It was nothing compared to the previous ambush. He couldn't help but admit that the opponent's attack was pretty good. But too bad, it still couldn't pose any threat to him. He raised his sword. The violent sword intent kept rising. His body also entered the beast soul transformation of the peerless heavenly rat. His strength skyrocketed once again. Innate celestial devil seal. Myriad beasts returned to one. All the accumulated strength erupted in an instant. A violent sword seal was unleashed from the blood sovereign sword in his hand. The frightening bloodthirsty demon beast's strength condensed into a sword beam. It roared furiously in the air. Boom! The two attacks collided in the air. A stalemate. After a moment, a frightening explosion could be heard from the ground. Immediately after, all 17 Great River Bandits were knocked down by the impact. The blood-red sword energy pierced through the opponent's attack and continued to move forward. The sword energy pierced through the bodies of 17 Great River Bandits. 16 of them died on the spot. This was because all of their true yuan had been given to the early 7th Divine Core warrior. Right now, they were powerless to resist. Just a slight attack would be enough to shatter their souls. Only the leader of the Great River Bandits was still struggling at death's door. There was a reason why Ling Xiao didn't kill him. Because he wanted to know if Lu Qingmong and the others had betrayed them. Ling Xiao put away the blood sovereign sword. The battlefield was a mess. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, not knowing what to say. They were completely dumbfounded. Ding! You have saved everyone's life. You have obtained an extra 100 points, which will be added to your remaining points at the end. Hearing the voice, Ling Xiao smiled. At least he didn't do it for nothing. No matter what, he had obtained 100 points. This is a true warrior. This is a true man. He Ningdi couldn't keep calm any longer. Her heart was pounding wildly. It was as if she had found the man of her dreams. I will only marry him in this life. Don't be a love-struck fool. How could a man like this not have a woman? Chen Xiuji sighed. Chapter 40-20. In this world where cultivators were the most respected, whoever was strong enough would have an endless supply of women by his side. I don't care. I've already decided on him. Even if he doesn't want me, I'll still be with him. In my eyes, even the Saint Lord's disciple can't compare with him. He Ningdi was usually a calm girl, but today, she couldn't control her emotions at all. How strong do you guys think he is? Of course, Zhan Long was more concerned about Ling Xiao's strength. He was able to instantly kill dozens of river bandits, and one of them was an early 7th Divine Core warrior. I think his strength is second only to Lu Qingmong. Even Bai Luo and Huang Quan are no match for him. If we work together, we might be able to fight him. Qin Xiuji said after thinking for a moment. Stop joking. How can he be stronger than the Saint Lord's disciple? I think he's at Zhanlong's level. It's impossible for him to be stronger than that. Immobilian couldn't control her mouth anymore. But this time, no one paid any attention to her. In everyone's mind, Ling Zhao's strength was second only to Lu Qingmong. After all, Ling Zhao's cultivation was just too weak. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly walked over. He Ningdi hurriedly said, "Ling Xiao, thank you for saving us. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have survived. If it weren't for you, we might have all died. I hope you can forgive us for being disrespectful to you." "That's right, Ling Xiao, we were wrong," Qin Xiuji quickly said as well. However, Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to them. He walked straight towards Immobilian. "What do you want?" Immobilian was startled when she saw Ling Xiao walking towards her. She recalled what Ling Xiao said just now, and she was terrified. "What am I doing? Don't you understand?" Ling Xiao's cold eyes flickered. Since the mission was completed, there was no need for him to keep this woman alive. He could forgive He Ningdi, he could forgive Qin Xiuji, but this Immobilian, he couldn't forgive her. Everyone was fighting. You were the only one who didn't want to fight. People like you are a disgrace to the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Today, you must die. Ling Xiao said coldly. "Brother Ling, calm down. She does deserve to die, but if you kill her, the angels and the team leader will probably notice. It'll be bad for your score." Zhanlong hastily said. He also felt that Immobilian deserved to die, but it was simply not a good opportunity to kill Immobilian now. "I don't even need to do it myself." Ling Xiao smiled, and then suddenly dodged. At this moment, a sword light shot over and pierced through Immobilian's body. The terrifying poison instantly corroded Immobilian's Niden. An enchanting and charming woman, in less than a minute, had actually done it. It turned into a pile of black water. The one who made the move was naturally the pirate who was still alive. Ling Xiao had two reasons for keeping him here. The first reason was that he wanted to get some information from him. Secondly, in order to kill Immobilian, he didn't need to splash dirty water on himself. "Kill me," the pirate roared. "If I can't kill you, it'll be my failure." His target was actually Ling Xiao, but he didn't know that Ling Xiao had already noticed this. He was just waiting to use him. "Before killing you, I want to know something," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "If you answer obediently, I might let you die a little faster. Otherwise, your soul will perish in the most terrifying pain and despair." "Don't scare me. I'm not scared." The pirate leader still had some backbone. Ling Xiao was very clear that if he wanted to get information from him, he probably couldn't just threaten him. He had to find another way. Four-leaf demonic pupils, soul assimilation. He hadn't used this move for a long time. The main reason was that every time he used it, there would be a backlash effect, making him dizzy. However, in order to figure out these things, it was definitely worth a try. As the soul assimilation was activated, the eyes of the Great River Bandit leader suddenly became hollow. It was as if he had fallen into some kind of illusion. His soul was suffering terrible torment in that illusion. So that's how it is. As the soul assimilation was activated, he learned all the secrets in the pirate leader's memory. The whole process only took 1 or 2 minutes. However, it consumed a lot of his soul. Ling Xiao even felt a headache. He sat there and rested for a while. The people next to him didn't dare to disturb him. They all stood there quietly and waited. They were afraid that if they disturbed Ling Xiao, it would cause irreparable consequences. If it was before, it would be impossible. Except for Zhanlong and Zhu Xiaohan, the previous 8 people didn't take him seriously at all. Now Immobilian was killed. The rest of the people obeyed his every word and didn't even dare to resist. Not only because he was strong, but also because he didn't show any mercy. Immobilian was killed without hesitation. Even Lu Qingmeng might not be able to do this. After a while, Ling Xiao stood up. However, his face didn't look good. This task was much more difficult than he had imagined. There was an error in the information. The city they were heading to was a land of death. Not only were there a lot of traps set up, there were also enough explosives to kill all of them. Once they entered the city, the traps would be activated and the explosives would explode. None of them would be able to leave alive. This early 7th Divine Core warrior had a high position in the Great River Bandits. Therefore, He knew a lot of information. In the imperial city of the Northern Wind Kingdom, there was a eunuch who was their spy. This eunuch was right next to the emperor. Therefore, he was very well informed. This time, the Northern Wind Kingdom was informed about the Golden Heavenly Kingdom's mission to exterminate the Great River Bandits. Although the Northern Wind Kingdom had sealed off the news, of course, this eunuch knew about it. As a result, the conspiracy this time was hatched, and the matter of them being betrayed was done by Ghostly. Ghostly was a member of the Great River Bandits. He had been a spy in the Fighting Soul Saint City for many years, and this was the first time he was officially activated. With that, everything made sense. As for those Great River Bandits, they had all returned to their nest. There, a grand sacrificial ceremony was going to be held. The sacrificial ceremony was for a guy called the Great River God. Rumor had it that the sacrificial ceremony was held once every 10 years. A total of 100,000 people would be sacrificed each time. The reason why they raided the cities was not only to steal treasures, but also to capture these people and use them as sacrificial offerings. Every 10 years, as long as the sacrificial ceremony was held for the Great River God, a miracle would be created. It would allow all the warriors of the Great River Bandits to improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds and give birth to countless geniuses. This was the secret behind the Great River Bandits' growth. 100 years had passed, and the sacrificial ceremony had been held 10 times, killing more than 1 million people. What was the point of keeping such a brutal organization alive? Although Ling Xiao wasn't a hero, his goal was to unify the Great River Bandits. But his great ambition was to unify the profound world, so if everyone was killed, what was the point of ruling it? Chapter 40:21. We're not going to the city, Ling Xiao suddenly said. Why? Zhan Long asked confusedly. Although none of them dared question Ling Xiao's decision, they wanted to know the reason as well. Obviously, Zhan Long was the most suitable person to ask. That city is just a trap. There are tons of explosives buried inside. Explosives that can kill a divine core warrior. Once we go in, we won't be able to come out again. Ling Xiao answered, You have 3 choices now. First, continue to the city. Second, follow me to the real River Bandits' nest. Third, give up on the exam. There was a huge accident in this exam, and the Golden City might have miscalculated. We give up. The 5 male disciples who followed Immobilian just now sighed. They were seriously injured, and they couldn't help at all. They might even become a burden. Plus, they were frightened by the previous battle. They didn't have the confidence to continue. Just like what Diying said, giving up was also a choice. At least they could save their lives. They could come back when they were stronger. The method of giving up was simple. They just needed to insert their soul force into the ring on their finger and tell them to give up. This process would last for about 3 minutes. If they weren't interrupted, they would be teleported back to the Fighting Soul Sacred City. You've made a wise choice. The enemy is stronger than we thought, and if you insist on following them, you'll only become a burden. Ling Xiao didn't think these people were cowards. Instead, he thought they were very sensible. After 3 minutes, the 5 of them all disappeared. Zhan Long, Zhu Xiaohan, He Ningdi, and Chen Xiuji decided to listen to Ling Xiao's arrangement. Brother Ling, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead, Zhan Long said. The other 3 nodded their heads. All right, follow me. Ling Xiao had obtained the exact location of the River Bandits' nest from the dead River Bandits. The location was the same as the location of the Beast God's blood on the sheepskin scroll. However, the map on the sheepskin scroll was more detailed. It even recorded the exact location of the Beast God's blood. Interestingly, 2 hours later, they actually met up with another team of 9 people. He was surprised to see that Ling Xiao and the others were still alive. Ghostly was obviously very surprised. This spy of the pirates would never have thought that so many pirates would be killed instead. You didn't die? Ghostly frowned and asked. What? Are you upset that we didn't die? Ling Xiao sneered. It's not that I'm depressed, but I'm just surprised, Ghostly said indifferently. From his initial surprise to his calmness, Ghostly's reaction was really fast. Ghostly, why are you wasting your breath on him? The team leader and the angel aren't here. Kill Ling Xiao first. Bai Luo said coldly. He felt that this was an excellent opportunity. Even if the leader and the angel were secretly observing them, they couldn't possibly follow them all the time. Through their divine senses, they did not discover any cultivators within a radius of 1 kilometer. Shut up! Lu Qingmong shouted sternly. We are all from the same sect. Killing each other is a taboo. This Lu Qingmong was indeed much more cunning than Bai Lu. He obviously knew that Diying and the Green Lotus Swordswoman were nearby. If it was just Diying, it wouldn't matter. But the Green Lotus Swordswoman had a special relationship with Ling Xiao. If they fought, the Green Lotus Swordswoman might interfere. He couldn't take this risk. Anyway, there were many ways to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't have to do it himself. It was better to let the pirates kill Ling Xiao. Yes, senior brother. Bai Lu hurriedly lowered his head. Lu Qingmong looked gentle, but he was crueler and more vicious than anyone else. He didn't dare to provoke him. Since everyone has gathered, then let's do the next operation together. Lu Qingmong glanced at Ling Xiao and the others and found that a few people were missing. He couldn't help but ask, where's Immobilian? 6 people were missing, but he only asked about Immobilian. It seemed that there was some unspeakable secret between Lu Qingmong and Immobilian. Dead, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Who killed them? Lu Qingmong asked. The pirates. Ling Xiao replied with the same indifferent tone. I think it was you who killed them, Ghostly said in an eerie manner. What a joke. When Immobilian died, all of them were there. If you don't believe me, just ask them. Besides, what right do you have to question me? Ling Xiao stared at Ghostly. Since he knew that Ghostly was a spy from the Great River Bandits, he wouldn't let him go. But Lu Qingmong wouldn't let him kill Ghostly either. That was why he didn't attack immediately. It was indeed a Great River Bandits who killed them. He was an early 7th Divine Corps warrior. We were surrounded by over 30 Great River Bandits. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would all be dead. Chen Xiuji explained. That's right. The others nodded their heads as well. What did you guys get from him? Why are you all speaking up for him? How could he kill a 7th Divine Corps warrior? Doesn't that mean he's stronger than me and Huang Quan? Bai Lu was extremely unhappy. Enough. Since they all testified, there shouldn't be any problems. Ling Xiao, please go to the city and scout it out for us. Check the layout of the city. We'll be there soon. Lu Qingmong pretended to be a fair person and said. Hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others had strange expressions on their faces. Senior disciple Lu, you still don't know? That city is a trap. There are tons of explosives buried underground, more than enough to kill all of us. Hiningdi said. Who told you that? How could the news from the Northern Wind Kingdom be wrong? Ghostly hastily said. I told you. Ling Xiao glanced at Ghostly. This guy was really eager to lead them into the trap and then kill them all in one fell swoop. It looked like Lu Qingmong was also kept in the dark. That 7th Divine Corps Great River Bandit told me. Ha 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 ha. You believe the words of a Great River Bandit? Stupid. Eldest senior disciple, don't listen to him. Let's hurry up and leave. Although the mission has a deadline of 1 month, the earlier we complete it, the higher the evaluation. Bai Lu didn't believe Ling Xiao's words at all. She just kept mocking and ridiculing. That's right, eldest senior disciple. Are you really going to believe this guy? Huang Quan said. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. Am I supposed to beg you to believe it? Ridiculous. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Close? Putting aside the question of whether Huang Mu was better than Xiao Ao, although with Lu Qingmong around, it would be much easier for him to complete this mission. But since she wasn't willing, why should he waste his time? I'll go with you. Zhan Long followed behind. Zhu Xiaohan, Chen Xiuji, and He Ningdi followed behind. All 4 of them had witnessed how strong Ling Xiao was with their own eyes. Furthermore, they believed that Ling Xiao's judgment wouldn't be wrong. Stop, Lu Qingmong said with a cold voice. Before we left fighting Soul Saint City, the Saint Lord had told us that the mission is to be carried out. Since the leader is not here, we have to listen to his orders. Chapter 40-22. Ling Xiao stopped and looked back at Lu Qingmong with disdain in his eyes. First, you're not chosen as the leader. It's Di Tuotian's decision. I don't accept it. Second, you want to lead everyone into the fire pit. I don't want to die, so I have to leave. Third, so what if I disobey? Are you going to kill me now? Or let that idiot Tuatyin do it? You're crazy. You dare to insult the Lord. Lu Qingmong's face was very ugly. So what if I insult him? What an idiot. He actually took the Great River Bandit as his disciple. If this mission fails, he won't be able to escape punishment. Ling Xiao coldly said, Great River Bandit? Who's the Great River Bandit? Speak clearly. Lu Qingmong sternly asked. It's him. Ling Xiao pointed at Ghostly and said, You're a smart person. I believe that from his actions, you should be able to see some clues. I'm too lazy to explain anything. Let's go. After that, Ling Xiao left with Zhan Long and the rest. Hinajiku gave a deep look, but she didn't choose to follow. Her goal was to be a spy by Tuatyan's side and then kill him. She had to gain the trust of Lu Qingmong and the rest. Even if she wanted to leave, she couldn't. Ghostly. Although Lu Qingmong hated Ling Xiao, he did notice some of Ghostly's unruly behavior. He didn't think about it before, but now that he thought about it, this Ghostly's actions were very suspicious. Big senior brother, you don't really believe that kid's words, right? I'm a disciple of the Lord with you. After so many years, I've never done anything bad to you or the Lord. Don't be deceived by a villain. Ghostly said with a pained expression, Big senior brother, this is your team. That Ling Xiao clearly wants us to fight among ourselves. We can't let him succeed. Bai Lu also said, Ghostly, go investigate the situation in the city and report back. Lu Qingmong glanced at Ghostly and said, Yes, this place was actually very close to the city. It would take at most an hour to reach the city and 2 hours to go back and forth. They could afford to wait. After Ghostly left, Lu Qingmong looked at Bai Luo and said, Follow him. Don't let him discover you. Bai Luo frowned, but still did as she was told. At this time, it was better to be careful. About an hour later, the city in front of them suddenly exploded. A series of explosions rang out, and the ground shook. It seems that what that Ling Xiao said was true, Lu Qingmong said coldly. After waiting for a while, Bai Luo and Ghostly returned. However, one of Ghostly's arms was already crippled. It was blown away by the explosion. Good brother, I have wronged you. Lu Qingmong glanced at Ghostly. In his mind, if Ghostly was really a member of the Great River Bandits, he would have lured them all into the city without getting injured. Ling Xiao's words were a mix of truth and falsehood. He was definitely trying to sow discord. It's good that eldest senior brother understands. Gue Li is willing to sacrifice his life for eldest senior brother, no matter the cost. Ghostly bowed. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's follow Ling Xiao's footsteps. That should be the true nest of the Great River Bandits. After saying that, Lu Qingmong took the lead and rushed out. Everyone followed closely behind. Ghostly's eyes flashed with coldness and viciousness. Lu Qingmong, you caused me to lose an arm, and I don't know when it will grow back. This time, I will definitely make sure you die without a complete corpse. Although the ruse of self-injury was a very common strategy, it was often very effective. He, Ghostly, had not betrayed War Soul's sacred city for so many years. Lu Qingmong would not think that he was a spy just because of Ling Xiao's words. In addition, the smarter Lu Qingmong was, the easier it was for him to be self-righteous. He would make a wrong judgment. The chase lasted for 2 hours. Lu Qingmong still did not catch up to Ling Xiao's group. However, he still found the nest of the Great River Bandits. The one who found the entrance was Ghostly. Ghostly was proficient in evading shadow. Not only could he hide, but his eyes could also see things hidden. The nest of the Great River Bandits was actually built in a mass grave. After one of the graves was opened, one would be able to enter directly. Because the aura in the mass grave was very complicated, soul power was not very useful here. This was the key reason why the Great River Bandits had not been discovered. If Ghostly did not find the entrance, others would not be able to find it. Senior brother, in order to prove my innocence, I am willing to go down and check it out. Ghostly volunteered. No need, let's go down together. Lu Qingmong no longer had any doubts about Ghostly. After all, they had been brothers for more than 10 years. After thinking about it, Rather than believing in Ling Xiao, it was better to believe in Ghostly. In addition, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. He was worried that Ling Xiao would steal his credit, so he was eager for quick success. So much so that even his brain was not as sharp as it usually was. Ghostly jumped down. Everyone followed him in. Under the grave, there was indeed a deep passage that led inside. There were some traces in the passage. Clearly someone had walked through it. It can't be wrong. This is the stronghold of the great river bandits. Bai Luo observed carefully and said with certainty. Everyone had an excited expression on their faces. This time, it's all thanks to senior brother Ghostly. We are going to make a big contribution. One of them said excitedly, let's hurry. Don't let Ling Xiao's team get ahead of us. Let's go. Lu Qingmong and Ghostly walked at the front. Bai Luo and Huang Quan brought up the rear. In the middle was Hinajiku, Di Hongyun, Di Hongxiu, Chen Yu, and a Holy Lord disciple. When they were splitting the teams, Lu Qingmong originally wanted to take all the Holy Lord disciples. But when they left, they changed it. Di Ying's 3 disciples followed Lu Qingmong and replaced the 3 Holy Lord disciples. Among the 3 Holy Lord disciples, one was Imo Bai Lian. The other 2 were Zhu Xiaohan and a male disciple. The male disciple had already left, and Imo Bai Lian was killed. The only one left alive was Zhu Xiaohan. But Zhu Xiaohan and Zhan Long were willing to follow Ling Xiao as Holy Lord disciples. This infuriated Lu Qingmong greatly. But no matter how angry he was, it was useless. Ling Xiao didn't care about him. After walking for about half an hour, the passage became more and more spacious. Unexpectedly, an underground palace had appeared. Right at the moment they let him in. Clang! An iron fence fell from the direction they came from. They blocked their way out. Clang! 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 The next moment, there were a few more explosions. All directions were blocked off. They were like turtles in a jar, completely caught in the trap. Not good, it's a trap. Ghostly shouted, everyone, be careful. Following his voice, close to 100 great river bandits came out from the 4 paths. They were all dressed in the same style. Others thought that Ghostly shouted because he noticed danger. Chapter 40:23. Ha 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 ha. I never expected the disciples of the golden heavenly nation to be so stupid and reckless. Think about it. Even if you found the real stronghold of the great river bandits, don't you think we'll set up traps here? A loud laughter sounded out. A warrior with a long sword walked out from the crowd. He was an early 7th Divine Core warrior. Eldest senior disciple. It's all my fault. I was too careless. If I was more careful, this wouldn't have happened. Ghostly said regretfully. You think this wouldn't have happened if you were more careful? Stop joking. As long as you dare to come here, no matter how careful you are, you will trigger traps. Our great river bandits were nearly wiped out 100 years ago. In order to prevent the same tragedy from happening again, our young master went to the Mechanism Grandmaster to learn about mechanisms, and the Formation Grandmaster to learn about formations. In 100 years, this place is like an iron wall. This is why we're so confident. The man with the long sword said with a mocking tone, "Oh right, let me introduce myself. My name is Nyo Air. I'm also rude. I like women the most." Hearing this, Hinajiku, Chen Yu, and Huang Quan all shuddered. They were all women. If they were going to die, it would be worse than being humiliated. That feeling wasn't pleasant at all. Don't panic. It's just an iron fence. Just destroy it. Lu Qingmong said coldly. Amongst these people, he was the only one who remained calm. That's right. Eldest senior disciple is right. This is just a trap. Destroying it is as easy as flipping our hand. Bai Luo slowly calmed down as well. Although they had fallen into a trap, they weren't dead yet. As long as they weren't dead, they still had a chance. He coldly harumphed. Then he suddenly slammed his palm onto the iron fence next to him. His palm was covered by a green energy. This was the ability given to him by his martial soul. It was a very corrosive gas. Even a premium heavenly king weapon would be corroded by it. Idiots are idiots. Do you think that's just some ordinary steel? That's the great river steel our young master spent 100 years to create. Even an immortal grade heavenly king weapon can't destroy it. not to mention your normal attack." Nyoer mocked. It was as if he was admiring an animal in the zoo. He didn't have any intention of stopping them from destroying the fence. Instead, he was happily watching the show from the side. He liked to see his prey's despair. That would really make people feel very comfortable. Despicable. He only knew how to use such despicable methods. "If you have the guts, let us out and we'll fight it out." Bai Luo snapped. After trying for a long time, he still couldn't break the fence open. He realized that the man named Nyoer was telling the truth. Although he didn't know what Great River steel was, he was sure that it was an extraordinary material. It was truly difficult for them to break open this thing. Ha ha! Are the warriors of the golden heavenly nation so naive and stupid? Despicable? In this world, in order to survive, people can do anything. Nyoer said sarcastically, "Yes, one-on-one. I may not be the opponent of the strongest among you, but I really don't care about the others. Why don't you think about it? We, the Great River Bandits, have been standing strong for 100 years. Do you think you can destroy us with just a few pieces of trash?" It was truly wishful thinking. How laughable. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you're trapped. Our mechanisms are a complete set. Next, you will have a taste of all kinds of attacks. Perform to your heart's content and make me happy." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, dozens of small holes opened up on the wall inside the fence. Sharp rays of light shot out from the small holes. "Everyone, be careful." Lu Qingmong roared as the long sword in his hand trembled. The green sword light enveloped everyone. Countless sharp lights shot out. They were all blocked by his sword light. Not bad. You should be the most powerful one among this group of people. Unfortunately, you can block these arrows, but can you block other things? Seeing Lu Qingmong's performance, Nyoer was indeed a little surprised. But other than surprise, there was disdain. Although Lu Qingmong's strength was very strong, it was still within his expectations. He wasn't too surprised. "Humph, although my sword is only a treasure-grade Heavenly King artifact, but it might be able to break open this cage." Lu Qingmong snorted coldly. The radiant sword in his hand blossomed with resplendent light. Everyone could feel it. The power of the sword light was constantly increasing. He was the leader. He was the strongest person here. He had fallen into Lu Qingmong's trap because of his poor leadership, but that didn't affect his strength. He was a mighty warrior from the heavenly sacred land. He was a swordsman who represented the light. As long as the light existed, the darkness would never be able to invade his will. His radiant sword soul had reached the 4th level of the Xiantian realm. It was exactly the same as Ling Zhao's, and his strength was at the late 7th divine core realm. His combat strength was actually stronger than Hua Feihua's. If Ling Xiao wanted to become his enemy, it would be very troublesome. Don't do something so futile. Our young master's skill in weapon crafting is very strong. Also, I don't think you know anything about formations. This fence looks simple, but it contains the powerful 5-elemental Vajra formation. Even if you can break the Great River steel, you won't be able to break the 5-elemental Vajra formation. Nyoer was a little scared of Lu Qingmong. He was really worried that Lu Qingmong would break the fence. Therefore, he ordered everyone to get ready for battle. Even if the fence was broken, they wouldn't lose their guard. Futile? I don't believe in this. Lu Qingmong's sword intent was still rising. Her sword was still shining brightly. Her sword energy had become stronger as well. "Protect senior disciple. Don't let him get attacked." Bai Luo shouted out. A few men surrounded Lu Qingmong, trying to get her to focus on preparing her sword skill. Right at this moment, something terrifying crawled out from the hole in the wall. It was a flaming red carnivorous ant. The carnivorous ant was a very special demon. Although their individual combat strength was very weak, but when they came in a group, even a divine core warrior would be in trouble when facing them. Stay calm. Don't be afraid. Right at this moment, Bai Luo displayed the spirit of a Saint Lord's disciple. Although her face had turned pale, she still didn't admit defeat. Everyone unleashed their attacks at the carnivorous ant. At the same time, Lu Qingmong's radiant sword had reached its limit. The crowd even saw a god of light appear. White sparkling clothes and a loving face. A terrifying pressure was being emitted from it. Get away from it. Finally, the energy had reached its limit. The radiant sword emitted a bright white light, as if a divine light had descended from the heavens. Countless carnivorous ants, the carnivorous ant that gave Bai Luo and Huang Quan a headache. Under the baptism of the bright white light, all of them died. This was terrifying. This Lu Qingmong was indeed the #1 man in Fighting Soul Sacred City. Chapter 40-24. I am the emissary of light. Light will forge my divine sword. First sword of heaven's judgment, sunset afterglow. At that moment, the power was fully released. Everyone looked at Lu Qingmong in shock. His body was constantly swaying from that power, and he could not even control his body. He can definitely do it. If eldest senior brother can't break this fence, then no one can. Eldest senior brother is invincible. He can definitely do it. No one was willing to die in such a cowardly manner. Lu Qingmong was also unwilling. The tyrannical sword light finally hit the iron fence. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard. The iron fence was instantly deformed. Success! Everyone looked at this scene with joy, feeling that they could escape with their lives. With such a powerful force, how could it not succeed? On the other side, Niu Er's mouth raised into a sneer. Ghost Li's eyes were filled with disdain. Failed. Lu Qingmong was shocked to discover that although the fence was deformed, it was not broken. The most ridiculous thing was that after a moment, the fence actually returned to its original state. Everything he had done was a complete waste of effort. Eldest senior brother, be careful. Lu Qingmong was dazed by what happened in front of him. He did not notice that danger was coming again. The first time was a hidden arrow. The second time was man-eating ants. The third time was a blazing fire. This fire was spewed into the fence. Yellow Spring roared, releasing a long black river behind him. The water instantly wrapped everyone. When the flame touched Yellow Spring's martial spirit, it gradually extinguished, no longer as fierce as before. One had to admit that both Bai Luo and Yellow Spring were capable. After all, they were the disciples of the Sacred Lord. However, compared to Ling Xiao, they were still lacking by a lot. But they really could not be considered bad. The flame was extinguished, but everyone's face was pale. Because danger would still come. They could block the first, second, and third time, but they might not be able to block the 10th time. As long as they could not get out of here, they would continue to suffer from these attacks. The iron fence made of big river steel was something that even Lu Qingmong, who was the strongest among them, could not do anything about. The others did not have that ability either. If they died in battle, then so be it. But they had to die here. This feeling was too stifling. Lu Qingmong felt a sense of shame she had never felt before. He was the eldest disciple of the Saint Lord, the #1 person in War Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao had just killed an early 7th Divine Core warrior, and he hadn't done anything yet. Was he going to wait for death here? If news of this got out, even if he died, he would probably be laughed at. Not only would he lose face for the Fighting Soul Sacred City, but he would also lose face for the Heaven Holy Land. It was extremely depressing. Ha ha ha, I've already told you, it's useless. This kid's swordsmanship was indeed impressive. If it was a one-on-one battle, I'm afraid my old man wouldn't be able to block even one of your moves, right? But so what? Even if you can't block it, I'll still kill you. The feeling of the weak defeating the strong is really wonderful. Niu was very proud. If they were to fight head-on, he would definitely be no match for Lu Qingmong. Lu Qingmong's strength truly frightened him. However, a real war was not a one-on-one battle. Strategy was the key. Perhaps there's still a chance. Chunyu suddenly said, Opportunity? What opportunity? Bai Luo asked. Have you forgotten? We've split into 2 groups. Chunyu replied, Ling Xiao won't just leave us in the lurch, right? There are angels supervising us, and Di Ying's team is watching us from the dark. I think he has to do something. Stop joking. We can't even get out of here. What can that trash Ling Xiao do? Bai Luo said with disdain, Don't tell me that kid won't save us. Even if he does, he doesn't have the ability to do so. Don't count on him. Let's just keep trying. Perhaps we'll be able to destroy this fence if we spend more time. That's right, Chunyu, you're really interesting. Didn't he kill your brother, Chenhao? Why are you still counting on him? Huang Quan mocked as well. That's right, my brother was killed by him, but we're on a mission, not revenge. Am I wrong to count on him? Don't forget, there were more than 30 great river bandits who ambushed them, and Ling Xiao killed all of them by himself. Among all of us, only senior disciple Qingmong can do that. By Luo, Huang Quan, what right do you have to look down on him? Chunyu curled his lips and said, Enough, all of you shut up. By Luo and Huang Quan are right. Ling Xiao and the rest can't even protect themselves, so don't count on him. Now, help me block the incoming attacks, and I'll keep trying. If I can't break it once, I'll try 10 times. I'll definitely be able to destroy this fence. Lu Qingmong hated hearing the name Ling Xiao. It was as if he wasn't as good as Ling Xiao and had to be saved by Ling Xiao. Just thinking about it made him feel embarrassed. Senior disciple Qingmong, don't you think it's strange that we fell into a trap this time? Di Hongyuan suddenly said. What do you mean? Lu Qingmong asked helplessly. Senior disciple Qingmong, you should know what I mean. He glanced at Ghostly, intentionally or unintentionally. It had always been Ghostly leading the way. Was it so coincidental that Ghostly found the entrance? Was it so coincidental that they were lured into this trap? Ling Xiao and the rest were walking in front, so why didn't they fall into the trap? Shut up. At this time, the most important thing was to be united. We can't be suspicious of each other. Otherwise, we'll all be finished before anyone else does anything. Lu Qingmong shouted sternly. He would never admit that Ghostly was a spy. Even if it was the truth, he couldn't admit it. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that his leader made a mistake and led everyone into a trap? You guys really can't count on those people. Nyoair chuckled and said, There are many entrances to this mass grave, and they all lead to the same place. No matter which one you enter, you'll fall into the trap. They won't be an exception. His words were obviously to help Ghostly out of the situation. He knew Ghostly's identity. Hearing this, everyone was even more desperate. Originally, they really had a little hope. They hoped that Ling Xiao could really appear and save them. But now, it seemed that the possibility wasn't high. All right, do as I say. Their strength isn't enough to kill us. Take this opportunity to escape. Otherwise, when the experts arrive, we'll be finished. After Lu Qingmong finished speaking, he began to bombard the iron fence. The rest of the men didn't say anything. They just kept defending themselves from the attacks. As for Nyoair and the rest, they were attacking with arrows while waiting for the leaders to show up. The great river bandits were very strong. Of the 6 leaders, only the leader's strength was unknown. The other 5 leaders were all late 7th Divine Corps warriors. There were also 20 mid-Divine Corps Great River generals. There were also 40 early 7th Divine Corps Great River captains. Ling Xiao had killed an early 7th Divine Corps warrior, and he was one of the captains. For the Great River bandits, this wasn't a big loss. Chapter 40-25. Time passed minute by minute. The trapped people were getting more and more uncomfortable. Di Hongyuan and Di Hongxiu were already injured, struggling at death's door. Chun Yu's situation was not optimistic either. Bai Luo and Huang Quan were also injured. Even Lu Qingmong was panting. Clearly, the consumption was too great. They continued to attack the steel fence trapping them, but it was ultimately ineffective. That holy lord disciple called Wang Mi was already at his last breath. At this time, whoever attacked again would directly die. The only one who was relaxed was Ghostly Uy. Only now did Lu Qingmong truly realize that things were not good. Those attacks seemed to be able to avoid Ghostly. This was too abnormal. Why? Hee. Perhaps feeling that victory was already in his grasp, Ghostly no longer feigned ignorance. He chuckled coldly and said, You really don't understand? Although I hate that Ling Xiao very much, I have to admit that he's much smarter than you. He's right. I'm indeed a spy for the Great River Bandits. Not just in the past, but also in the future. It's a pity that you idiots are all going to die here. I'll push all of this responsibility onto that Ling Xiao. Isn't that pretty good? You're actually really a spy for the Great River Bandits. To think that I trusted you so much. Lu Qingmong's expression changed drastically. He had also suspected Ghostly before, but finally gave up on it. Thinking back now, it was really the stupidest decision. Ghostly, aren't you afraid of the angels and the team leader's supervision? Chun Yu asked coldly. Are you idiots? This place is heavily guarded and has layers of formations. Even if they can enter, they will be detected. Since the formation didn't warn, it means that they're not here. Ghostly sneered and said, All right, enough nonsense. Since you all know my secret, then each and every one of you can die for me. Lu Qingmong, you're the biggest threat, so you'll be the first to go. As he spoke, he already pounced at Lu Qingmong. Lu Qingmong resisted with all his might, but because the consumption was too great, he could not even unleash 10% of his usual combat strength. Facing Ghostly's attacks, he fell into a hopeless situation in just a few moves. Die. Ghostly's claw viciously grabbed at Lu Qingmong's head. My life is over. Lu Qingmong was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Facing the ferocious Ghostly, he was helpless. No one else could save him. He didn't know why, but at the moment before he died, a figure appeared in his mind. Ling Xiao? Why would I think of him? Lu Qingmong mocked herself. He was the #1 person in War Soul Sacred City, yet he had to rely on a trash to save him? Whoosh. Chi. However, at this moment, the most shocking scene occurred. The sneering Ghostly suddenly felt something piercing his throat, and his eyes instantly glazed over. Chi. Another cold light flashed. This time, it hit Ghostly's dantian. Who? Niuer looked around in horror. He couldn't understand why someone would come to save these fellows at this time. Me. A voice sounded, and a person walked out from the darkness. There was still coldness and helplessness on his face. The coldness was caused by killing intent. However, he was helpless because of his thoughts. He did not want to save these people at all. However, this was another special mission. As long as he could save those trapped people, he would be able to obtain an additional 100 points. Judging from the difficulty of these special missions, 100 points was not a small amount. Of course, he couldn't bear to do so. Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao, the people trapped in the cage had mixed feelings. None of them had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. But now, they were saved by Ling Xiao. It was really awkward, especially Lu Qingmong. If Ling Xiao did not make a move, then he would probably already be dead. Idiot, why aren't you running? You aren't a match for these people. Lu Qingmong shouted. Ling Xiao was their only hope. They had to protect him if they wanted to survive. Kill him. Niuer reacted at this moment and shouted. However, as soon as he shouted, a series of miserable screams could be heard. The big river bandits in all 4 directions were killed. Zhanlong, Zhu Xiaohan, Chen Xiuji, and He Ningdi appeared at the same time. They instantly killed several big river bandits. Ling Xiao directly released the bloodthirsty plague. Some of the enemies were directly poisoned to death. As for the others, their combat strength was greatly reduced. It became very easy to kill those 4 people. A moment later, only Niuer was left. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. What are you laughing at? With your strength, do you think this old bull is afraid of you? Niuer sneered and suddenly stepped somewhere on the ground. All of a sudden, another iron fence fell down. Several people, including Ling Xiao, were trapped at the same time. Ha 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 ha, idiot. There are traps everywhere. Do you think we didn't prepare? Although I don't know how you got in here, you will end up like them. You will all die. Niuer laughed crazily. That idiot. I told you to let him escape. Lu Qingmong was desperate. Even Ling Xiao was trapped. What chance did they have? They could only wait for death here. Shut up, you piece of trash. I already told you that Ghostly is a spy, but you didn't listen. Now you still have the face to talk nonsense. If it wasn't for some special event, Daddy wouldn't have bothered to save you. Ling Xiao gazed at Lu Qingmong with an indifferent expression. Then he turned to Niuer and said, Do you think this stupid fence can stop me? Stupid fence? This is a fence made with great river steel. Those men spent a lot of time, but they still couldn't break it. With just you? Niuer looked down on Ling Xiao. Although he was slightly panicked just now, he had no idea how strong Ling Xiao was. However, When he saw that Ling Xiao was only a peak 4th Heavenly Core warrior, he wasn't panicked at all. He even felt that using a fence to deal with Ling Xiao was a waste of talent. "Do you think I can't do what they can't do?" Ling Xiao said with a mocking expression. He took a step forward. His body turned into a stream of water, and he walked out from the fence. "That's impossible. Even if his body can turn into elemental energy, there's still a formation to protect him." Niuer cried out in shock. Escaping from the fence by elemental energy had never happened before. It wasn't that no one had thought of it, it was simply impossible. The fence was surrounded by a powerful formation, and even if one could turn into elemental energy, it would still be blocked. Furthermore, the person would have to face an even more terrifying revenge. But Ling Xiao was able to escape without facing any obstacles. "Nothing is impossible. I've told you before, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well," Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. On the other hand, all the men who were trapped were wild with joy. "This young man, he always brings us surprises," Zhanlong said with a smile. "He's too powerful. Compared to him, Lu Qingmong is nothing," Zhu Xiaohan said with mixed emotions. Qin Xiuji and He Ningdi nodded their heads as well. On the other side, Chun Yu had a bitter smile on her face. She knew that if she met someone like Ling Xiao, she would never be able to avenge her brother. Chapter 4026. Niu Air, one of the 40 captains of the Great River Bandits. "You're strong, but did you know that? I've killed one of your captains. Can you be stronger than him?" Ling Xiao looked at Niu Air and sneered. So what if you're here? I don't believe a mere perfect 4th Divine Core warrior like you can defeat me." Niu Air coldly harumphed. After saying that, he suddenly let out a furious roar. His body started to change. His name wasn't Niu Air because his surname was Niu. Instead, it was because he was a beast race cultivator from the Savage Beast region. His outer skin cracked, revealing his true appearance. He was a 3 meters tall minotaur with incredible strength. He was holding a huge hammer with both hands, and his eyes were blood red. His voice became even stronger. "Kid, although I don't know what you're capable of, you're still a variable. But you are indeed a variable. I have to kill you. If not, I don't know what will happen next. Today is the day of sacrifice. I can't let you ruin our happy occasion." Following his voice, Niu Air's body started to change. He became ferocious and powerful. A brutal bestial energy was constantly unleashed from his body. Everyone in the cage had ugly expressions on their faces. This Niu Air possessed the combat strength of an early 7th Divine Core warrior in his normal form. Once he returned to his true form, both his strength and aura would become much stronger. Perhaps he was now equivalent to a mid-7th Divine Core warrior. "I'm sorry, I'm not a captain. I'm a general. One of the 20 generals." He wanted to see the shock on Ling Xiao's face. However, Ling Xiao only laughed disdainfully. "Niu Air, from the Minotaur tribe in the Savage Beast realm, he possesses incredible strength and is one of the 20 generals of the Great River Bandits. He loves to eat people's hearts and livers. Am I right?" "What? How do you know so much?" Niu Air asked in surprise. The Northern Wind Kingdom didn't have any detailed information about the warriors above the rank of general in the Great River Bandits. "It doesn't matter how I know. You just need to know that you have to die here today," Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. "Die? You're so skinny that you can't even pull a strand of hair? You want to kill me?" Niu Air said with disdain. "I'll tear you apart first." With a roar, Niuer rushed at Ling Xiao like a mad bull. Huge hooves pounded on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. "Am I skinny?" Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. "Purple lightning bull, beast soul transformation." His cold voice rang out. Violent lightning suddenly wreaked havoc in the cave. Ling Xiao's body also changed instantly. It was as if it was wrapped in a layer of armor made of purple lightning thunder bull. His ferocious and terrifying appearance was exposed in front of everyone. At this time, his body was about 3 meters tall, not much shorter than Niu Air. "Beast warrior? Wrong? It's a beast god warrior." Newer felt the beast god aura released by Ling Xiao and could not help but frown. I didn't expect you to be a beast god martial artist like our great master. No wonder he was so confident. But so what? You still have to die. While roaring wildly, Newer didn't stop. The giant hammer in his hand fiercely smashed towards Ling Xiao. You think you can win with a loud voice? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and raised his right hand. Boom! The giant hammer bombarded his right hand. The resulting storm blew the smoke and dust in the cave, causing sand and stones to fly. The people in the cage couldn't help but close their eyes and urge their true essence to resist the wind. Oh no, the attack is so fierce. Ling Xiao will be smashed flat. Chun Xiuji said in surprise. I can't see anything. He Ningdi said in panic. Everyone was very nervous. Even those who had a bad relationship with Ling Xiao didn't want Ling Xiao to lose. Because once Ling Xiao lost, it would be the end for them. At that time, everyone here would die. Finally, the smoke and dust dispersed. People found that Ling Xiao was not smashed flat, nor was he sent flying. However, Newer was sent flying by a terrible force. What? Newer rolled on the ground for dozens of meters and hit the fence. Arg! Pooh! He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and it looked like he had even spat out his lungs. Obviously, he was seriously injured. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao believed he wouldn't lose to any warriors below the 8th Divine Core realm. Trying to compete with him in terms of strength was the same as courting death. Newer was a minotaur, and he was an expert in physical attacks. When he lost his advantage in physical strength, he could only take a beating. You. What kind of monster are you? Newer was severely injured by the palm strike. Although he was still alive, deep down in his heart, he was terrified. He was no longer as arrogant as he was before. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. After transforming, Newer's combat strength had surpassed by Luo and Huang Quan. If Lu Qingmong wanted to kill him, she would need to spend a lot of effort to do so. But this abnormal Ling Xiao was able to beat Newer as if he was just a toy. Was this a dream? Just like you said, I'm a beast god warrior. Ling Xiao sneered. With a flash, he arrived in front of Newer. Then, he threw out a punch. Newer hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was useless. Only the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Both of Newer's arms were deformed by the punch. The punch landed on Newer's dantian. Newer let out a miserable howl. Then he lost all signs of life. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. They didn't see Ling Xiao kill the early 7th Divine Core warrior not long ago. That's why they didn't believe it. But now, Ling Xiao had killed a mid-7th Divine Core warrior in front of them. How could they not believe it? My opponent is still too weak. I need at least a late 7th Divine Core warrior to help me break through. Too bad. I was so close. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. But Ling Xiao still wasn't satisfied. Because his opponent was too weak, they couldn't stimulate his potential. And, just as he was feeling depressed, Ling Xiao suddenly heard a sound. The sound was still far away, but he was sure someone was coming. More than 100 men? Haha, I think there's a late Divine Core warrior and 3 mid-Divine Core warriors. There shouldn't be any problems now. Ling Xiao became excited. Eldest senior disciple, this Ling Xiao is too scary. We've consumed a lot of energy. We need to quickly consume some pills and recover. If he attacks us, none of us will be able to stop him. Bai Luo whispered to Lu Qingmong. Even if you're at your peak, you're still no match for him. Lu Qingmong sighed and said, looks like we've underestimated this guy. Of course, Lu Qingmong didn't think he was weaker than Ling Xiao. He just didn't have as many tricks up his sleeve as Ling Xiao. But, in terms of pure combat strength, he believed he could definitely defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, save us. I, Lu Qingmong, owe you a favor. Lu Qingmong really didn't want to beg Ling Xiao. But, at this moment, he had no choice but to beg. If Ling Xiao didn't help, he didn't know who else could break this cage. Chapter 4027. Hearing Lu Qingmong's words, Ling Xiao didn't respond. Instead, he stared into the deep tunnel. The enemy was here. A stronger enemy was coming. Don't count on him. I think he has some special ability that allows him to escape from the cage. But it's impossible for him to break our cage. Bai Luo shook her head. The others were disappointed. In their minds, if Ling Xiao could break the cage, he would have done it earlier. He wouldn't have turned into a fire element and escaped. Don't make any noise. Someone is coming. Lu Qingmeng finally noticed the arrival of some mighty warriors. She immediately became nervous. In the next moment, more than 100 men dashed out from the deep tunnel. Seeing this lineup, the expressions of the men in the cage changed dramatically. We're hopeless. Lu Qingmeng let out a helpless sigh while recovering her true yuan. He saw the leader of the group. He was a late 7th Divine Core warrior. Next to this man, there were 3 other mighty warriors, and all of them were mid-7th Divine Core warriors. Besides them, there were also a few dozen 6th Divine Core warriors. This lineup could simply be called abnormal. Let alone Ling Xiao alone, even if all of them joined the fight, they still wouldn't be able to win. This lineup was too strong. No matter how surprised these men were, Ling Xiao looked at the leader of the group. He should be one of the leaders of the Great River Bandits. This man wasn't old. He looked to be in his late 20s. He had a handsome face. If he were to go outside and say he was a young master from a big family, no one would doubt him. But this man had an evil look in his eyes. He didn't look like a good person. Also, he kept coughing, as if he was suffering from some serious illness. I can't be wrong. This man is the 6th leader of the Great River Bandits, Yun Shangsai. The name sounded like an immortal. But, according to Ling Zhao's information, this man was a perverted demon. There were 6 leaders in the Great River Bandits. The only leader Ling Xiao hadn't met before was the first leader, who was once their young master. He had met the other 5 leaders. The second leader liked to gamble, but he never used normal methods. If he won, he would destroy his opponent's family. If he lost, he would kill his opponent's entire family. The third leader was an alchemist, or more accurately, a poison master. Compared to saving people, he was better at killing people. The fourth master was a madman who loved to kill people. The fifth boss was even more perverted. He liked to eat raw human flesh because he was a beast race martial artist from the Savage Beast region. As for the sixth head, he was a lecher. Out of the 6 heads, this 6th head Yunshang was the weakest. However, this person had a secret technique that was extremely terrifying. He could turn the women he had played with into puppets to fight for him. Therefore, he was equally terrifying. A late 7th Divine Core warrior is indeed strong, but he's still much weaker than Hua Feihua. He's no match for me. However, I should be able to give it a try. Perhaps it can help me break through. Ling Xiao did not intend to use the peerless heavenly rat beast spirit transformation too early. Otherwise, if he won too easily, there would be no hope for a breakthrough. Seeing Ling Xiao staring at him, Yunshang sneered and said, "You killed Nyo'er?" His voice was filled with cold killing intent. This killing intent was accumulated purely through endless slaughter. The martial artists who faced him could feel a chill all over their bodies, as if their souls had been thrown into hell. It was extremely uncomfortable. Not bad. Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. You killed them as well? Yunshang asked again. Although he would cough twice after speaking a few words, no one doubted his strength. Those eyes were not something an ordinary man could have. It was too frightening. It made everyone feel extremely terrified. Brother Ling, run away now. You're no match for him. It's enough that you're alive, and you can avenge us in the future. Zhan Long said with a loud voice. What nonsense are you talking about? If he leaves, all of us will die. Lu Qingmeng became anxious. Ling Xiao, get us out of here. We'll fight together. It didn't matter if Ling Xiao was killed. It would still be Ling Xiao who left. Death would still befall these trapped men. However, these trapped men were divided into 2 groups. Zhan Long, Zhu Xiaohan, Chen Xiuji, and He Ningdi wanted Ling Xiao to leave, because they realized that Ling Xiao was no match for Yunshang. Escape? Do you think he can escape? Yunshang sneered. You want to leave after killing so many of us? Do you think we Great River Bandits are restaurants? This place is even worse than a restaurant. It's basically a public toilet, a place to hide filth. If it wasn't to complete the mission, I wouldn't be bothered to stay here. Ling Xiao looked at Yunshang with disdain. As he spoke, He suddenly walked towards the iron bars. "What are you doing?" Yun Shang frowned. "Can't you see? I'm going to destroy these iron bars. I can't fight alone." Ling Zhao's only opponent was Yun Shang. The rest would be left to Lu Qingmong and the others. He didn't have the time to do that. "Himph. You think you can break these iron bars? What a joke." Yun Shang sneered. "Even a celestial-grade Heavenly King artifact can't destroy them, unless you have a divine-grade Heavenly King artifact. However, I heard that no one in the 3,000 holy cities has a divine-grade Heavenly King artifact. How are you going to break these bars? Aren't you thinking too highly of this trash? A divine-grade Heavenly King artifact? I can smash it into scrap metal with my bare hands." Ling Xiao sneered and threw a punch at the bars where Zhanlong and the others were trapped. No one noticed that there was a strange flame condensed on his fist. That flame was an immortal fire. A mere great river steel could be easily melted. Clang! With a loud sound, the iron bars disappeared into thin air. In an instant, it was as if they were evaporated by the high temperature. What? Not only Yun Shang, but Lu Qingmong and the others were also dumbfounded. Lu Qingmong couldn't break these iron bars even after using all her strength. In the end, it was easily destroyed by Ling Xiao with a single punch. This was simply too inconceivable. How did he do it? Bai Luo's eyeballs were about to fall out. He, who had been looking down on Ling Xiao, felt his face burning. Don't care how he did it. "Ling Xiao, let us out quickly." Huang Quan shouted loudly. "I can let you out, but there are two conditions," Ling Xiao said calmly. "At this point, you still want to take advantage of people's difficulties?" Lu Qingmong frowned. "Whether you come out or not, I can't be bothered with you," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "All right, tell me the conditions." Lu Qingmong almost choked to death by Ling Xiao's words. "First, kneel on the ground and beg me. Second, after you come out, you must listen to my orders. If anyone disagrees, I'll kill them." These two conditions were very harsh, especially for Lu Qingmong, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan. It was even worse than killing them. Kill them. Yun Shang naturally wouldn't let Ling Xiao release everyone so easily. Since Ling Xiao was still haggling over the price, this was their chance. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.